Welcome, everybody. So glad you're here. Happy Cinco de Mayo. It was a wonderful celebration this year. I want to thank Saul Garza and Marianne Lujan and everybody who helped them with the celebration. Celebrated the Mexican victory over the French at the Battle of Puebla. So if you would, please stand for the pledges, and I'm calling the meeting to order. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the what God into this honor. All right, please be seated. City Secretary, we have a quorum this evening with Councilmember Portillo, Martinez, Rickes, and Escobedo in attendance in person, and Councilmember Stevens is on Zoom. Welcome, Councilmember Stevens. Proof of notice of meeting, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Notice of the workshop and regular city council meeting was posted by 2 p.m. on April 29th and remained posted for at least 3 business days before this meeting. Notice of the first emergency addendum was posted by 8 p.m. on May 2nd and remained posted for at least 1 hour preceding the meeting. And notice of the second emergency addendum was posted by 3 p.m. on May 5th and remained posted for at least 1 hour preceding this meeting.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, public comments. If there are any public comments, remember you'll come to the podium. You will state your name and ward. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and please let me remind you, council cannot respond to you during that time. City Secretary, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we have Carol Fairley, Ward 4, discussing item 12D.
State your name, your ward.
Yes, my name is Carol Fairley. I'm from Ward 4. I am part of the Water Aerobics Senior Citizen Group. I represent probably 20 or 30 lap swimmers and senior citizen water aerobics people. In the summer, we swim for about an hour in the morning, an hour in the afternoon, and we swim 7 days a week. If you look at $5 a day to go there, we're looking at $300 a month, and none of us can afford that. So I'm asking if council, when you get to number 12D on passing thing, if you would reconsider maybe something for senior citizens in Alpine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, City Secretary, any more public comments?
Next up, we have Oscar Cobos, Ward 5, discussing item 12D, item 12C, and item 2A in the first emergency addendum.
Hi, Oscar, please state your name and your ward.
you.
You have 3 minutes.
This is Oscar Cobos, Ward 5, and it's always a pleasure to be here for the people of Alpine. Item 12C, in reference to the grants and infrastructure. I met a while back with Judith Zaffarini in Austin, and it's really awesome that she sent out this webinar coming up soon, and I'm glad that some of the city also sent it to Greg Hennington and others will take part in that. We never know what's available as far as grants and infrastructure for funding, special in this day and time, knowing that a 1.4 trillion infrastructure bill was passed under the Biden administration not too long ago. On item D, I just wanted to mention also in reference to supportive of Ms. Fairley said, in reference to the swimming pool, this is not a business. We're not here for profit. I'm here for the children of Alpine. We have no business raising the price on this. Admissions for the kids. I know that the pool will not be filled up till later on, but we need to just stop. We're not here for profit. Have time for the community. It's community. We're not here to raise prices and get big with money. Finally, item 2A, in the issue of the water wells and everything going on, this time sensitive item. I was here at the emergency meeting the other day, and I'll say it again. Alpine and the county needs to enter an interlocal agreement to pass a resolution banning all artificial intelligence data centers that might come into the area all of a sudden for special interest. And that will even put us way at the bottom of the barrel in the area of water. This needs to happen immediately right now for the people. This is serious all over Texas right now. And the cities and the counties, some are just selling us out with tax abatements. Please get together in an interlocal agreement for the people. Thank you so much and have a blessed evening.
That concludes public comments.
All right, we're gonna move on into public hearings. If you're here to speak on one of the public hearings, it's the same procedure. You'll come up to the podium, state your name, your ward. You'll have 3 minutes, and just remember, council cannot respond to you during that time. City Secretary, we're starting public hearings at 5:35 p.m. Public hearing A, to obtain citizen views regarding the second final reading of ordinance 2026-04-05, an ordinance amending chapter 23, City Council of the Alpine Code of Ordinances, amending Article 2, Rules of Procedure by revising section 23-9, agenda to clarify that all members of the city council, including the mayor, may place items on the agenda subject to established administrative procedures, ensuring consistency with the city charter, and providing for findings of fact, inclusion in the Code of Ordinances, cumulative, severability, proper notice, and meeting, public hearing, and effective date. Is there anyone here to speak on that? Okay, seeing none, moving on to public hearing B, to obtain citizen views and comments regarding the first reading of ordinance 2026-05-01, an ordinance approving rezone application 2026-05-01, amending the official zoning map of the city by rezoning the property located at 901 East Gallego and legally described as all of lots 9, 10, south 83.07 feet of lot 1 and 2, block 34, Hancock addition to the city of Alpine, Brewster County, Texas, as the same appears in the map of plat records on file in the office of the county clerk of Brewster County, Texas, rezoning the subject property from R4 mixed residential district to C1 neighborhood commercial district, providing findings of fact, repealer, severability, effective date, proper notice, and hearing clauses. Is there anyone here to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, moving on to public hearing C, to obtain citizen views and comments regarding special use permit 2026-05-01, allowing the applicant Con Nguyen to establish a coin-operated amusement machine business game room. The subject property is located at 200 West Murphy. The property owner of record is Teresa Nguyen. The property identification number is 12124. Is there anyone here to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, moving on to public hearing D, to obtain citizen views and comments regarding special use permit 2026-05-02, allowing the applicant Han Nguyen to establish a coin-operated amusement machine business game room. The subject property is located at 2000 East Highway 90. The property owner of record is Vimal Patel. The property identification number is 13341. Is there anyone here to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, moving on to public hearing E, to obtain citizen views and comments regarding special use permit application 2026-05-03, allowing the applicant Aaron Hess, the Club LLC, to obtain a wine and malt beverage on-premise permit for the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission. The subject property is located at 2801 East State Highway 90. The property owner of record is James and Hillary Yarborough. The property identification number is 13348. Is there anyone here to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, City Secretary, I close public hearings at 5:38. Okay, we're going to move on to public presentations. We have some presentations and recognitions tonight. City Manager, if I could have you come on up. And if I can have all of those from Sewell Ross come on up to help us in these recognitions. All right, so tonight we are proud to recognize a group of individuals who have made a meaningful impact on the city of Alpine through their service as interns. Over the past several months, these interns have supported our staff across multiple departments, assisting with day-to-day operations, helping improve organization and efficiency, and stepping in wherever needed. Their willingness to learn, their strong work ethic, and positive attitudes have not gone unnoticed. They have gone above and beyond in their roles, demonstrating professionalism and a genuine commitment to public service. Their contributions have helped move important work forward for our organization and our community. On behalf of the City Council and the entire city of Alpine, we extend our sincere appreciation for their dedication and service. At this time, Henry Arredondo, our city manager, will call each intern forward to receive their certificate of appreciation.
Joseph Hernandez. In recognition of your valuable contribution, dedication, and commitment during your internship with the city of Alpine, your hard work, enthusiasm, and willingness to learn has been truly appreciated. We recognize your efforts and wish you continued success in your future endeavors. We extend our sincere appreciation for your support. So Joshua Hernandez, in recognition of your valuable contribution, dedication, and commitment during your internship with the city of Alpine, your hard work, enthusiasm, and willingness to learn have been truly appreciated. We recommend your efforts and wish you continued success in your future endeavors. We extend our sincere appreciation for your support. Ebenezer Malone, in recognition of your valuable contribution, dedication, and commitment during your internship with the city of Alpine, your hard work, enthusiasm, and willingness to learn has been truly appreciated. We commend your efforts and wish you continued success in your future endeavors. We extend our sincere appreciation for your support.
Thank you, interns, for all of your hard work and for being a part of the city. Endeavors. Thank you. All right, so we have some proclamations this evening. The first proclamation. Chris, if you and anybody else who. Just me. Yes, just you, okay. So whereas the travel industry fuels every industry and will continue to be an essential part of Alpine's economy, development, workforce. And whereas travel is an economic powerhouse for every state and destination across the country with an economic output of trillions, supporting millions of American jobs. And whereas travel spending supports vibrant and safe communities in Alpine and across the United States by generating billions in state and local tax revenue to support essential services such as education, emergency response, public safety, and more. And whereas travel enables success for all industries, including manufacturing, agriculture, defense, healthcare, and more, by driving sales growth, innovation, education, and operations that move our economy, our nation, and Alpine forward. Whereas the travel industry cannot recover without the full return of leisure, business, and international inbound travelers, increasing travel to and within the United States drives America forward to a more prosperous future. And whereas the travel industry's success will continue to grow Alpine's economy and workforce. And whereas travel is an essential industry and we must continue to communicate that growing travel leads to economic growth, benefits businesses, and fosters mutual understanding. Now therefore, I, Catherine Eves, Mayor of the City of Alpine, Texas, on behalf of the community, do hereby announce and proclaim to all citizens and set seal hereto that May 3rd to 9th, 2026 is National Travel and Tourism Week in the city of Alpine, Texas. And I urge all citizens of Alpine to join me in recognizing the critical role this industry plays in Alpine. Okay, National Police Week, if I can have everybody come on up. In 1962, President Kennedy proclaimed May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day and the calendar week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week, established by a joint resolution of Congress in 1962. National Police Week pays special recognition to those law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. And whereas the members of the Alpine Police Department play an essential role in promoting the safety, security, and general well-being of all people while safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens and visitors of the city of Alpine. And whereas it is of utmost importance for all citizens to recognize and understand the challenges, duties, and efforts of their police department, and that members of our police department recognize and understand and perform their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence or disorder, by protecting the innocent against deception, the weak against oppression, and the vulnerable against harm. And whereas the Alpine Police Department has grown to be a progressive, professional, and responsive law enforcement agency which unceasingly provides a vital public service at all times and in all conditions. Now, therefore, I, Catherine Eves, Mayor of the City of Alpine, Texas, on behalf of the community, do hereby recognize May 10th to 16th, 2026 as National Police Week. And I call upon all citizens of the City of Alpine to join in commemorating police officers, past and present, who, by their faithful and loyal devotion to their responsibilities, have rendered a dedicated service to their communities. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand this 5th day of May in the year 2026. Okay, so Public Service Recognition Week. Come on up. Okay, and this is for all city employees, every one of you. So it's a lot of sitting out there. And in just a moment after I read the last proclamation, we're going to take a 10-minute break, run outside and get a picture. So stay. Okay. All right. Whereas Americans are served every single day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and city levels, these unsung heroes do the work that keeps our nation, our state, and our community working. And whereas public employees take not only jobs, but oaths. And whereas many public servants, including military personnel, police officers, firefighters, border patrol officers, embassy employees, healthcare professionals, and others risk their lives each day in the service to the people of the United States and around the world. And whereas public servants include teachers, doctors, scientists, train conductors, astronauts, nurses, safety inspectors, utility and street laborers, computer technicians, office administrators, social workers, and countless other operations, day in and day out, they provide diverse services demanded by the American people of their government with efficiency and integrity. And whereas without these public servants at every level, continuity would be impossible in a democracy that regularly changes its leaders and elected officials. And now, therefore, I, Catherine Eves, Mayor of the City of Alpine, Texas, on behalf of the community, do hereby announce and proclaim to all citizens and set seal hereunto that May 3rd to May 9th, 2026 is Public Service Recognition Week in the city of Alpine, Texas, and I encourage all citizens to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of government employees at all levels, federal, state, county, and city. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand this 5th day of May in the year 2026.
Amen.
Here. Alex, come on.
Marie? That's all.
Okay. Okay, whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world. And whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants. And whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk provides a professional link between citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels. And whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. Whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community. And whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the professional municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of our municipal clerk, Jeffrey Calderon, and clerks VNA Olivas, Anne Marie Torres, Alicia Bernberg, and Alexandria Hackett. Now, therefore, I, Catherine Eves, Mayor of the City of Alpine, Texas, on behalf of the community, do hereby recognize May 3rd to 9th, 2026, as Professional Municipal Clerks Week in Alpine, Texas, and I encourage all citizens to join me in this worthy observance. And witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand this 5th day of May in the year 2026. Okay, so with that, now, we're gonna take a 10-minute break so we can get a photo. Okay, ready, set, go. Yeah. All right, City Secretary, we ready?
We are ready, yes. We're already ready.
All right, and we're back. So we're moving on to community interest items. 1 minute on the clock. City Secretary for each individual, if you would kindly start a minute for me. I wanted to mention some very good news. So Coconut Field has been designated. The National Park Service listed it in the National Register. So now Coconut Field will be available for grants to help aid in preservation. So that's great news. It was a lengthy process. It's wonderful. Sunshine House on Saturday at 9 a.m. has their color run at Coconut Park. The Sewell Ross graduation's at 5:30 on this Friday. And Sewell Ross, there's a couple of announcements that I got this week from them. From spring 2025 to spring 2026, they had an increase of 6% in enrollment. Some of those students are online. And in spring 2026, they increased their dual credit offerings to 624 from 422, which is an increase of 48%, which helps bring revenue to the college. They now have a doctoral degree in educational leadership that has been approved as of January 2026, and some others. And in the mayor report, I can finish talking all about this. So moving on, city manager announcements for you.
So we've got the RFP for road materials was published and closes on May 12th, 2026. We have a RFP issued for airport fuel that has been published and closes on May 22nd, 2026. We had a TxDOT Alpine Mobility Study Stakeholder Meeting. Number one was on 4/30/2026. Our financial audits work continues. Avalanche newspaper published the city manager column on 4/23/26. And later we'll have an update on Roberts Well number 3. In the meantime, we are looking into grants and loan assistance, USDA Emergency Community Water System Grant, Texas Water Infrastructure Funding Database, Texas Water Development Board Rural Water Assistance Fund, and also emergency loans with government capital or with Communities Unlimited. So,
Great, thank you. All right, Councilmember Stevens, you have 1 minute as soon as you're able to get your mic going. Set?
I have nothing to add.
Okay, Councilmember Escobedo. Okay, Councilmember Lucas, Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. On Friday, May 15, Our Lady of Peace Catholic Church are going to honor all the law enforcement in the West Texas. So they are inviting all the police, sheriff, state troopers, firefighters, border patrol, any military activity to come and join the recognition that we have a mass and that we have a meal. So thank you, all of you. So everybody's invited.
Councilmember Portillo.
No, ma'am.
All right, so that takes care of council members. Let's go to changes to posted agenda. Are there any items to be continued or withdrawn from council? Okay. Seeing none, moving on. Council, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda? Councilmember Stevens?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Council, are there any action items to be added to the consent agenda? Councilmember Stevens?
Nope.
Okay, council, are there any time sensitive items? We already have some listed under number 7, including some emergency addendums. Are there any other items? Councilmember Stevens? Okay.
Nope.
All right, perfect. Okay, so we're gonna move on to time sensitive items. Item A, city manager, if you would read that out and go ahead and.
discussion, presentation and possible direction regarding the Skyway Gardens 2 water system improvements project, including updates on engineering design, infrastructure planning, and coordination with Jacob Martin Engineering. The purpose of this item is to provide the city council with a comprehensive update on Skyway Gardens 2 water system improvement project, including current engineering progress, infrastructure design, project cost, and coordination efforts, and to receive direction on next steps. The background, the Skyway Gardens 2 project continues to require significant water system improvements to address pressure deficiencies and ensure adequate service capacity The city has been working with Jacob Martin Engineering to evaluate system conditions and develop engineering solutions. Recent analysis has focused on pressure plane configurations across the system, including the lower hill, upper hill, Sul Ross, and potential new pressure plane options. These configurations are critical to ensuring adequate pressure and service reliability for the development area. Project components currently under the development include the design and construction of the lower hill, upper hill booster pump station, installation of new and upgraded water lines, valves, and pressure reducing valves, and coordination of system integration across multiple pressure zones. Amendment number 1 to the engineering services agreement has been developed to reflect expanded project scope, including preliminary engineering work, regulatory coordination, and additional services. The revised total project related engineering cost is approximately $145,100, representing an increase of $26,500 from the original agreement. In the interim, a temporary service plan for Skyway Gardens Phase 2 has been developed with the developer addressing prior concerns and coordination according with the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality, including communication on April 15, 2026. Construction activities are underway for key infrastructure components, including the booster pump station, with ongoing evaluation of system performance and pump design. Additional improvements include installation of dedicated lines to the lower hill and upper hill tanks and connection of yard piping with appropriate control valves. An updated opinion of probable cost, project cost is in development with some system components still under evaluation. A broader water system study is anticipated in the future to support long-term planning and identifying additional infrastructure needs. Recommendation, this is a discussion item. Staff recommends that the city council receive the update, provide direction regarding project priorities, and consider guidance on engineering approach, infrastructure investments, and long-term system planning. We do have a presentation. We have our engineer, Andy Maselli, here to present.
Come on up, Andy. Thank you for being here this evening.
Hi.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Good to be back. Wish we were back under better conditions, but I know y'all are dealing with a severe water issue right now. That being said, we want to talk about Skyway Gardens. Gio, did you get the updated presentation?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
That was in our packet.
No, we received it after the packet deadline.
Okay.
Yeah, so we've done a lot of work since that packet was sent. And so I wanted to provide the most current update we have with regards to the overall project. So the first slide is just a refresher of the history of the pressure planes within the water system. On the western side, we have the upper hill pressure plane and the Sunny Glen pressure plane, and that's fed by the Sunny Glen well field. On the east side, we have the lower hill pressure plane, the Sul Ross, which is primarily fed by the Mooskey well field. As we talked about before, Gio, if you could go to the next slide, please. We went through the last meeting I was at, we went through 5 different alternatives of how to best separate the pressure planes to provide service to Skyway Gardens Phase 2. Because we know in that area, it's getting a little bit farther south, there's a little bit of pressure concerns, so we need to reevaluate the water system. And so the next slide, please. We went with the upper hill pressure plane solution, which was different than what we were looking at back in October of 2025. I'm not going to go through detail of this, but this is kind of what we've decided of moving some of the pressure plane from, we'll say, east of the upper hill, lower hill tanks, south of Highway 90, and converting that from what currently is the lower hill plane to the upper hill plane. And that's to provide a higher pressure to that part of the system. So everybody good so far? Kind of as a refresher. Okay. So with that, I have the number of items here to talk about. The first is the amendment to the engineering service agreement, and then just a list of things that are very important updates that I want everybody to be aware of. Because I know it's a very important project, it's a high priority, we need to get moving, so I want the council to be aware of the progress we've been making. So first of all, on amendment number 1, next slide, Gio, please. This is just a breakdown of it. Henry had already read kind of the summary of it. From the time in November after we signed the original contract through March, which is when I came for the last council presentation, Jacob and Martin done a lot of work. In November, if you remember, we were told, make this happen quick. Based on some information we found about switching it from the Sul Ross pressure plane over to the upper hill pressure plane, we decided a different course of action. Jacob and Martin spent quite a bit of time both surveying to prepare that route, but also engineering. Engineering that wasn't part of the initial scope of the project, if you will. So with that, we went back and reevaluated the 31,200, which is highlighted in the upper right. That is what we spent from November 20th through March 12th. And I did provide a itemized breakdown of the hours to the city manager for documentation transparency purposes. And then looked at the remaining scope from both the what we call the lump sum services, which is design, bidding, construction phase, engineering, as well as adding in the TCQ developer coordination, as we were looking at prolonging the time frame of getting this project done. We had to make sure that the city was protected from TCQ. And then a little bit part of it is with this pump station moving that forward, there's a higher level of complexity with that too. So that was also factored in. And then also, as you can see under the not to exceed, those are what are called time and material services. We will invoice for the hours and for mileage and other expenses that are associated with those. But if we don't use up that money, we don't invoice for that money. So the lump sum portion is, that's what it's going to cost. That's what the invoice is for. And remaining is we bill up to that amount based on hours and materials. So it brings the total up to 145,100, which is an increase of the original of 118,600, with a difference of 26,500. But if you look at that, that's actually less than what the preliminary engineering that was part of the original scope. So that's based on, a lot of times engineering fees are based on percent of construction. The construction estimate was less, so we backed down that fee, added a little bit more because of the complexity in the TCQ coordination. So at that point, I wanted to ask Mayor, Council if there's any questions regarding scope or fees.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens,
No, thank you.
Councilmember Escobedo? No. Councilmember Martinez? Councilmember Patillo?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then continuing with the presentation as an update. So the first item is the temporary service to Skyway Gardens. We talked about that the last time I was here. We were able to very quickly get that addressed. TCQ, you won't always hear this said, but the lady I spoke with there, who's head of the plans and technical review, she was super nice, super responsive, and we got a very quick resolution. We exchanged some emails as documentation, so we have that covered. We do need to submit to TCQ the plans and specs at the appropriate time, but for the temporary setup that they're proposing on their site, I explained it to her. And I went through detail with the developer and developer's engineer and developer's team. She was okay with the approach that we're taking. We confirmed it with email, and then, once we get this design ready to go to bid, we'll have to submit to TCQ our updated plans and specs. So that we can check that off the list. And it was done very quickly, and I was, again, very happy and surprised it went that quick and easy.
It's good.
The second part, so now we're gonna get into the fun, and I'm sorry if I'm gonna lose you on this, because there's a lot I need to explain on this, because I would like council to be aware of what's going on. So, be prepared. So the first slide you see here is a plan set. So as I started digging in deeper, and I mentioned before, that pump station, this thing has not been operational since 2010. The story I heard is when it kicked it on, it caused a bunch of leaks. And I mentioned to you, when I was out there in the field and saw some old plans, what I saw in the field didn't match the plans from the pump station. So I went back and found some other plans that were buried deep in an archive and went through, and there was like 120 sheets. So I went through to look at both the water lines and the pump station. So this first slide that you're seeing, this is what was in the plans according to the design. The blue line is coming to and from the upper hill tank, and the yellow is going, I'm sorry, the lower hill. The yellow is to and from the upper hill tank. The way it's designed is to go from the lower hill tank, go through the pump station, pump to the upper hill. And then if the lower hill tank needs water, the red part there in the middle, if you can see that, there's supposed to be a control valve and a pressure reducing valve to allow water to go from upper hill to lower hill. That was the design. I think the last time I even said here, when I looked at design, it was a solid design. I had no problems with the design itself. So the next slide is a picture, and I want to say thank you to the utility staff, because they were able to coordinate and get some lines excavated. The pictures don't show it, but the next slide does. If you just want to go ahead and jump to the next one, what was installed was not what was planned and not in the design. So, the following slide, which I'll get to next, shows a comparison side by side. But you can see the way they have this design, it's supposed to come from Upper Hill into the pumps, or Lower Hill into the pump station, through the pumps, through the discharge line to the Upper Hill. Okay, that's the way it was designed. Because that pump station, I described it last time as being backwards or mirrored. Because of that, in the yard piping out in front of the pump station, they crisscross the lines. So they basically, because the pump station was installed, fabricated incorrectly, they made up for it in the piping. Okay, I mean, you can do that, but the thing that probably is most detrimental is that it was not connected like it was supposed to. So these pipes are crossing to still have the suction go to where it's supposed to be, the discharge supposed to go where it's supposed to be, but we cannot now flow from the upper hill to the lower hill because that control valve and that pressure reducing valve were not installed. So how it got there? Before my time. Yeah, we're talking 15 years ago. Yeah. And if it makes you feel better, yeah, about that. And if it makes you feel better, you're not the only one in that position. I see that somewhat frequently. So the next slide is a side by side, so that way you can see it a little bit better. Again, the yellow is going to the upper hill tank. The blue is going to the lower hill tank. And then the red, again, the one on the left is the design. The red, which is supposed to connect them to allow that feed from the upper hill to lower hill, was not installed. So that's what we found comparing the plans with what was excavated in the field. So as we move to the continuing slides, keep that in mind. We found information on the plans that looked pretty good, but what we found in the field, what was constructed, was not on the plans. So that's the precursor to some more good information for you. Okay, the next slide. Okay, this is some engineering calculation. I'm not going to get into details. I tried to replicate the hydraulics. Okay, and what I mean by that is when a pump kicks on, it's supposed to pump a certain flow rate and a certain discharge pressure. I don't have the original design, it was not in the plans, but based on the information I have, I tried to figure out, okay, these pumps, which I found the model number of the pumps, found what's called the pump curve to say where the pump's supposed to pump at. From what I'm seeing, that pump should be doing, one pump should do about 1,200 gallons a minute, 1,200 gallons a minute, and produce about 75 PSI. These pumps, if they kick on like they're supposed to, what they call cross the line, if you just kick that pump right on, you're going to be putting a whole lot of pressure into your system downstream. And the story I heard was when they kicked that pump on, it was creating a bunch of leaks, blowing services out, things like that. So that's a lot of water. And the other part of it too that I heard is the lower hill tank, which is being used to feed the pump station, that then pumps the upper hill. It was draining that tank really quickly. 1,200 gallons a minute will take that tank down at a pretty decent flow rate. So I'm kind of collaborating some of the things I've heard in the field, what I'm seeing on the plans, running some calculations, and it kind of makes sense what I'm seeing. Now, that being said, there's still some unknowns. Do you have the next slide, please? So this is just kind of the cover of the new or existing water lines, new valves, PRVs. This is kind of an introduction to what I expect the plan to be going forward. Next slide, please. So again, these plans were what are called conformed plans. So when you do engineering plans, you have basically a bid set, right? That's the engineering design. It's sent out to the contractors, they bid it. Sometimes there's addendums. As a bid is occurring, a contractor will call in and ask questions. Okay, that's very, very frequent. They want clarifications. You issue addendums, which are basically changes to the plans, to the specs. A conformed set is a set of plans or specifications that are done after bid to catch all those changes that occurred during the bidding phase before construction, so it does not pick up what's after construction. So these are the plan sets I have after bid, before construction. So again, what was installed versus what's in the plans is not consistent. Next slide, please. One deck, please. Thanks, Gio. So again, going through there, these plans did have the pump station, yard piping there. It's kind of hard to see on the right there, but basically that is a summary. I plotted the large diameter lines on Google Earth just to track and see and find out everywhere they're connected in the distribution system. Because as we switch pressure planes, if one of these big lines coming from the upper hill tank is tied into a smaller distribution line, and we switch over pressure planes, that's going to really increase that pressure. We need to make sure we put pressure reducing valves in. So next slide, please. So here's kind of what we saw in the yard piping. It's a little hard to see. The blue lines, from what I could tell, is a single line going to and from the tanks. And then I rerouted or redrew in Google Earth. It's kind of the greenish color there. And so it's a little bit hard to see. And I apologize, you're not going to be able to see much on these, but I'm going to try my best to explain it. What I saw again is how those lines were crossed but not connected. So then the next slide, please. So this is a line that was called a transfer line. It's kind of like a big diameter line not supposed to be connected to distribution system. This goes from the Mooski system to the lower hill tank, and it's not connected to any of the water lines, except on the northern end, it's the intersection of Phelps and Brown. So it's not all the way to the pump station, but it's partway in the distribution system, and that basically runs to right outside the lower hill tank. Okay, and if you're wondering where I'm going with this, I'm getting there. Okay, I'm probably giving you more information than you need, but I have a tendency to do that because I want to make sure you have a full understanding of what we're seeing. Next slide, please. Okay, so also in this plan set was a line going west, which goes out to the Sunny Glen well field. And as you can see, it runs down Mosley and goes out Highway 90 to the west. And this line basically came from the intersection of 9th Street and Avenue I, running dedicated, not connected to any other water pipes until it hit 90 and Mosley, and then it connected one other time further west, getting closer to Sunny Glen. If you can see those little pin marks, anywhere there's a pin on here, that's where it shows the transmission main connected to another distribution line. So these lines that don't have any pins on them, that means it's running straight with nothing interfering. Okay. And as you can see on these ones so far, there's not many pins. These are only primarily connected to beginning and end, meaning they're being used just to transfer water from point A to point B without tying in the distribution system. So then, next slide, please. Okay, so you can see a lot of pins and a lot of text here. This is another 12-inch line that started north of 9th and Avenue I. It ran north. The route is a little different to what I've seen on your system maps, and it's connected about 12 different locations along the way. And the reason that this is important is because if a lot of those connections are in there, as we switch pressure planes, if that 12-inch water is feeding water from the upper hill tank, it could create really high pressures in that new part of your system that we're switching over. Yeah. Did I completely lose you? Somewhere good? Okay. So again, the whole point there is what I'm seeing from the plans, looks like I have a pretty good idea of what's going on, but also I don't know how it's constructed. And so the current recommendations, which would be the next slide, please, Gio. Update the controls, the pumps, the SCADA at the pump station. When I say update the pumps, I don't mean install new pumps. Just have somebody look at the pumps, check them out, probably have to redo some seals. The controls and the SCADA, I've been talking to some of the local contractors who are working on that. We're looking at VFDs. As you can imagine, electrical equipment that's 15 years old probably isn't going to work like it used to, especially when it hasn't been operating for 15 years. I'm recommending a dedicated suction line from the tanks to the pump station. Okay, and the reason is right now they are tied into other lines in your system. Therefore, if that pump kicks on, that's why all those breaks happened 15, 20 years ago, is because it was tied into piping that was also connected to the services to your properties and your homeowners. So if we have that dedicated line, it's not going to interfere with those other ones. And then install the water line with controls at the pump station. Again, that line that wasn't installed, it's supposed to be installed in front of the pump station to allow it from upper hill to lower hill. Recommend putting that in. one thing that's not in here is, I don't know if you remember a few months ago, I recommended maybe like an 8-inch line from around Highway 90 down, I think it was 7th Street maybe. But anyways, try to bypass that pressure plane. From what I'm seeing, we may not need that. So we may be able to take that money, if you will, and put it into the dedicated lines. And then the last item there is a pothole in more locations to confirm construction, which I'm currently working with your staff on. And again, the reason I'm doing that is because if we don't, we might turn this thing on, you may get a bunch of leaks. And you may get that anyways, to be honest with you, because again, we don't know what's underground. But we're trying to alleviate as many unknowns as we can before we get to construction and not have to deal with it. But again, when you're dealing with underground utilities, you just never know what you're gonna get into. Okay, so the current recommendations, I'm not gonna go through all that. This is something I provided to the staff and we're gonna review tomorrow. It does have those dedicated lines. It does have the pothole locations and it talked about all those different water lines I've already talked about with y'all. So we have a plan in place, and we're moving forward, at pretty good speed right now especially for the amount of effort and complexity with what's going on here. The next slide, opinion of probable cost. I don't have an update for today. I feel like I need to have a little more information where we're going with the design, but as we get towards the end of the design, get ready to bid it, I'm gonna have an updated opinion of probable cost for y'all. Because I know obviously the money's a big part of it. The project schedule is the next slide. As of right now, I'm not aware of any property easements we may need. We may want to make sure that we can install those dedicated lines in existing right of way or easements. And the area I'm primarily worried about is going to and from the tanks. Make sure those existing lines already have an easement or are already within city property, then we should be good. But you know, here we are in early May. We haven't surveyed yet because we're still in, we'll call it the preliminary / final design phase. But I feel like we're moving pretty good progress on the schedule here with everything we have going on. So once we get this pothole and I get everything confirmed, probably next thing would be get our survey order out there and start developing some plans. And one thing I guess to add about that with the pump station, we've had some discussions both with staff and with your SCADA controls contractor about trying to accelerate that, especially with the current water emergency. Obviously, until we have those dedicated lines, we can't run those pumps real hot and heavy, but we can at least maybe get a little bit of flow going from the lower hill tank to the upper hill tank, which can then help supplement with your current problem. So we're in discussions about that as well. We're gonna have some meetings about that tomorrow. So that's kind of the end of the Skyway Gardens discussion. Is there any questions or comments?
Start with our Master Palmer.
Looking at dedicated lines to the lower and upper, right? I know that we're going to upper, but lower as well.
I think so. I think from a suction size, because what I'm seeing right now is it's tied into that transfer line that goes up to Phelps and Brown, as well as there's another line that comes into that same spot too. So I think just to make sure it's 100% clean and we don't have any interference, we don't have any leaks, I think that'd be the best and safest road.
Okay. And then, so you're saying for temporary use to help us in our current water issue, are we looking at refurbishing those pumps currently, putting variable drive on there and just easing those pumps on just to supplement pressure from our lower hill to this plan? Is the way, if I'm understanding the way it's designed now, that could be one could put water into upper hill and then also put pressure into our west side.
Correct. Yeah, that is correct. It would be supplement to the west side. It wouldn't be doing the pressure plane transfer, but we wouldn't be running those pumps full out till we get those dedicated lines in there.
Okay, so
But yeah,
it has enough to supplement the west side, but not enough pressure to get up to the tank.
it would get to the upper hill tank. It's just a matter of, you know, that balance of pressure and flow. So it just wouldn't be a significant amount of flow.
Okay, and then I'm assuming that we have no lead time on that.
My last conversation with the contractor, we've talked about different options and how complex we want to get going. I'll be honest with you, through some of my conversations, I would recommend just putting brand new VFDs right now. Don't try to refurbish those existing ones, because again, electrical equipment is 15 years old.
Yeah, I understand
Yeah.
redoing all of that, but it's
So-
the pump itself, so diaphragms and everything, we're only just not diaphragms, gaskets and everything.
Yeah, I haven't looked into that, but from a control standpoint, we're talking probably within 30 days.
Okay.
And so I think we need to get with a pump contractor. I think we have one in mind. And I think, that probably could get going within that 30 days as well, depending on what we find, of course.
And so that'll be after tomorrow. We'll
Correct.
be able to get that timeline started.
Yes. Yeah, and one of the big things, and Rob, we've talked a little bit about that, is with the tanks, we're gonna be putting basically new holes in the tanks and connecting new piping to that. So we wanna make sure, we don't wanna ruin a 2 ground storage tanks by doing them properly. We wanna make sure it's designed and constructed according to plans and specs.
But I guess just for everybody else, what you're saying is with what you're gonna do with electronics and with pumps is a step into our long-term plan.
Correct.
I think with the information I know that you're gonna be able to provide, I'll wait for everything else as far as other questions that I have. That's all I have right now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councilmember Stevens?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So Andy, thanks for the update. So kind of a top level, the temporary solution for Skyway Gardens 2, based upon what this current schedule says, it's going to last about a year. Is that correct?
So that would be once we switch the pressure plane over. So
Yeah.
what we're talking about now in the 30 days is just to help supplement the water supply out west.
Yeah, no, I understand, but I'm just thinking about Skyway Gardens, that based upon your project, not going to be done until June of 2027. So there's got to be a temporary solution between now, from when they open up to June of 2027, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, yeah, so basically, whenever they get them open, it's gonna be whatever it is and potentially could be a year or so. And I'm just trying to make sure I understand. Second question is, going, the new lines, as I understand, so the green line, I'm gonna call them the green line and the pink line, the green line from Phelps and Brown, that's a new dedicated line, and the same with the pink line, that's correct? New lines?
So those were lines that were supposed to have been constructed around the same time as the pump station. Those were based on the 2007 plans.
Okay, so we are putting new lines in there, or you believe they're already there? You still got to confirm that.
I believe that they're in there now. What I want to get confirmed is that where, within reason, have a pothole to see where they're connected to existing distribution lines.
Okay, so in terms of new lines, then is most of the new construction going to be up? I'm trying to understand where the new construction is going to be. That's why I asked about the pink and green line. Where is the new construction going to be? Up at the lower hill, upper hill? That's the primary focus of construction, or there's some other lines going to be constructed in the city?
So it'll be the dedicated lines to the upper hill and lower hill tanks. It'd be connecting at the pump station.
Yeah,
And another probably 1 to 2 more pressure reducing valves in the system to transfer from the upper hill plane to the lower hill plane. And as of right now, I'm not looking at any additional water lines beyond that for
Okay.
the project. And I apologize if it wasn't clear. All those plans shown with all those different lines were based on what I had seen on previous plans, which kind of helped me understand where we're at and where we're going.
no, I understand. That's fine, Andy. You've had lots of things you're trying to work your way through. And the last question I have is, from a cost standpoint, you're not ready to talk about it. When will you be ready to talk about what the cost estimate you believe it's going to be for this?
As of right, I would say as of right now, we're gonna stick with the one that we had. I would say probably in 2 to 3 months, I would guess, as we go through and figure out where we're at and work through the design to get the updated cost opinion.
Okay, so for the next 2 to 3 months, we'll stick with the current cost plan. Remind us all what that current cost estimate is from a construction standpoint.
Ooh, wasn't expecting that one. I think it was in the 600,000 to 700,000 range.
Okay, yeah, as I recall, it's less than $1 million. The reason I ask is we're getting to go into budget cycle. And so these are going to be important things as we think about budget for the remainder of the year and next year, particularly as we look at our fund balance as well. So thanks very much, Andy.
Yeah, And I would say as an engineer, I always like contingency.
Yep, I know. Good.
I think.
Thanks,
Rick,
Mayor.
You're welcome.
With your first question, you were talking about the water for Skyways when they open.
Yeah.
So Skyway, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I understand correctly, they have their own temporary solution fixed out. So they're not gonna just have whatever pressure we're able to provide at the time. They actually have booster pumps and tanks that they're gonna be utilizing on their side to provide their occupants sufficient pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, thanks, Rob. That was their fire suppression system boost
Yes,
pumps, I thought. So that
Yeah.
that works out well.
Yeah, a quick summary of it, they're gonna use the proposed fire line to be the suction line. Then it goes into one pump station, it pumps into their little holding tanks. And then they have another set of duplex pump station or two pumps pumping out of that to serve their development for that period of time. The flow rates were, I think, 22 gallons a minute. And so based on that, they're not gonna be pulling too much and they're gonna have a proper shut off. That way, if the pressure's too low, they're not gonna hurt your system. You know, it's not gonna run
Excellent.
dry, basically.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Patillo,
No, ma'am.
Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. With all the surprises that you found, do you think it's going to change the amount, the money that we're talking again? It will go up?
So I'm gonna say it's gonna change. But to what level and to what extent, until I feel more comfortable, I don't know. You know, or we have that 8-inch line, we're replacing with dedicated lines. I think from some of the conversations I've had, the pump station itself, maybe a little bit less, so. Like I said, I would prefer to defer that. I understand y'all are trying to make budgeting decisions, and I know that's very difficult, but trying to give a cost opinion at this time, an update would be a little premature. And I'd hate to give you a number that's higher, and next thing you know, it's back to what it was, or vice versa, so. Like I said, I need to be a little more comfortable and confident where we're at before I put together some more cost numbers.
Thank you, Andy. You're doing a great job.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Councilmember Escobedo. Okay, anything else, council?
I do have one last slide I'll save until the end, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we talked about Skyway Gardens. If you remember the last time I was here, we talked about trying to get a grant to do a system-wide study. Working with the city staff, we've reached out to USDA, and we're working on getting a grant right now through one of their grant programs that would allow for that water system study. It will allow for an environmental report, and it would be for a heightened focus effort on the Skyway Gardens southern part of the city issue. So we are in the process of making that happen, and appreciate the city staff for what they've done. And certainly, she's not listening, but I do want to say that the USDA representative has been wonderful to work with. I'm working with her on other projects. And I tell her frequently, she's one of the best federal government employees I've ever met.
That's great news.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good.
Absolutely.
Nice note there. Okay. All right, thank you, Andy.
Mhm.
All right, city manager, time sensitive item B.
Approve amendment number 1 to the master contract for professional services with Jacob and Martin LLC for water system improvements for Skyway Gardens, and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents. Amendment number 1 to the engineering services agreement that has been developed to reflect the expanded project scope, including preliminary engineering work, regulatory coordination, and additional services. The revised total project related engineering costs is approximately $145,100, representing an increase of $26,500 from the original agreement.
Okay, so I need a motion.
Mayor, make a motion that we approve the amendment that's presented.
I need a second.
Second.
All right, discussion, city manager.
So this is just a continuing, it's an amendment for the additional work that Jacob Mark is doing for us.
All right. Discussion. Councilmember Escobedo. Councilmember Patillo,
No, ma'am.
Councilmember Lucas. Councilmember Martinez. Councilmember Stevens.
So I'm good with it. I continue to be frustrated that we have a form that we've talked about as city council. And it says expenditure required, current budget, additional funding, and all those say NA. and we're talking about $145,000 ad. So when do we start using our own forms so we as council understand where money's coming from, how it's going to support it? So again, I get a little bit frustrated. We put processes in place and we don't seem to want to follow them.
So this is the increase is only 26,500.
So, okay, 26,500. Where's the expenditure required, an additional 26,500 as opposed to N/A, right? I don't know why we have these forms if we're not going to follow them.
Councilmember Escobedo? Portillo?
No, ma'am.
Councilmember Lucas? Councilmember Martinez? And, all right, Councilmember Stevens?
No, as I said, where's the money coming from?
So you budgeted approximately $900,000 for this project, but you know, this is a separate, it's engineering services. Since we don't have our own engineering staff in-house, we have to contract professional services.
I understand. Is it coming out of the 900,000 that we budgeted? Is that where it's coming from?
Yes.
Okay, that's my question. Okay, thank you.
Let's vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevens? All right, City Secretary Council voted unanimously to approve amendment number 1 to the master contract for professional services for Jacob. All right, so moving on to the emergency addendum items, City Secretary.
Thank you, Mayor. The first emergency addendum to the agenda is item C to the time-sensitive items portion of the agenda, and that's to discuss and consider an emergency update regarding the failure of the municipal water well requiring plugging and removal from service, resulting in reduced water production capacity and potential impacts to system pressure and fire flow, and provide direction and authorization for any immediate actions to protect public health and safety. This is authorized, are sponsored and presented by the city manager.
So to give an update, we have our well expert here, Mr. Skinner. And we also have our utility director, Michael Macias. You would come up and
Come up, both gentlemen, please. Introduce yourself. So that those watching later on YouTube will know who you are.
Hello, everybody. Mike Macias, Utilities Director of City of Alpine.
John Skinner, Skinner's Drilling.
All right. Councilmember Lucas, Master Plumber, take it away.
Tell us how to report it.
Robert's well number 3 has been in a dilapidated condition for many years, as we all found out now. I've shown video log to several of the people around here. We have a hole about, not a hole, we have several holes in the borehole casing, about the size of your fist. Our pump was currently set below that. Thank God we got it out, because that hole, you can see pea gravel anywhere from marble size to quarter size. And it's washing in behind it. But and what I mean behind it, between the borehole casing and the pump, which in turn eventually would lose it. On further video is below it, the casing is completely gone. My memory served me correctly at 370. Complete, or not 370, 360. Well, it's gone. And the water level has dropped within 2 feet of the suction of the pump, which is causing the cavitation, the air that we're seeing down the pipelines. At this point, I recommend plugging that, and that puts y'all in a precarious situation because the loss of the well. But then it also puts you in a great position because then you're allowed to drill a new well within feet, not putting us thousands of feet away, according to the TCEQ regulation that we got to follow. And I brought a current estimate of what I think it's going to cost to drill a new one. I didn't have time to do an estimated cost of plugging, and that won't be that hard to figure out. And it's not very cost expensive to plug a well in comparison to if we had to plug it to according to TCEQ is if we're gonna drill. Because the conditions of the water dropping down, we get to use this different set of rules. With the water being up higher, it's a full cement plug and we don't. As anybody knows, cement with liquid, and it's liquid when we pump it down, it's gonna travel everywhere and we might lose that formation. And it's a very large water producing formation.
So
Any
you're
other
saying
questions
we
on
don't
that?
have to do that?
Do that. Yes, ma'am.
And if so, I know I got to have the conversation with you, but unfortunately everybody else wasn't in there, so it was entertaining going over all of this before. So that started off as a 10-inch well, right?
Yes,
We're at 8-inch because it was sleeved at one point.
yes,
And so if we sleeved it again, we'd be at 6-inch.
6-inch.
And our estimated gallons per minute was 45-50. No?
Yeah,
Correctly, right in
with the
there.
biggest
Did
pump
that.
we get that I would recommend getting in it.
Right, so it's about what it's given us now.
Yeah. Yeah, and right now we're getting. I took video and we counted it with a bucket and it's less than 50. It's terrible. We should be getting around 300 or 500. Before it was sleeved down to the 8-inch, I found some records and it was producing around 500. Is what the pump that was in it. But I'm looking at records that are from the 50s, 60s. It's very heartbreaking.
This well was drilled in,
As far as what I found, 57.
our newest wells from the sixties, correct?
I'd have to go look, but that's what my records are showing.
And then when was it in the 90s that we were?
In 99, we did a test well, and then the city and the National Groundwater Association, and then some other engineering firms did a complete study of our entire pumping system, and at that time, they recommended, we didn't wait, we automatically start drilling new wells, and we never proceeded with that.
That was in the nineties.
Yes, ma'am, 99.
And so, if we plugged it, we'd be able to utilize the 3-phase power that we already have there.
All of our infrastructure is already there, so we don't have to, it's not. Like, it's very cost effective to do what we're trying to plan.
And then, I guess just extra fluff, we're looking at punching about 600 feet, 650.
Yeah, what I figured, well, actually, I figured 700 after looking at some other well logs out there, and yeah,
And potentially a 10-inch one.
yeah, I mean, we could probably, we're gonna definitely be back around the 400 or 500 foot gallon a minute range, is what my plan is.
Yep, that's what I was leading us to.
Yeah. Definitely get deeper than some of the stuff that I've seen out there. Just, there's some things I don't wanna say on the radio.
What was your cost estimate?
What I figured up so far, total, we're looking at $927,000, 592,592.19 pennies. But this was thrown together so fast that I wasn't able to get shipping costs for bringing all the materials in. And then all my suppliers stressed that. And I told them, I was like, I gotta figure this out first.
So with shipping in the plugging of the current well, plus moving the power from one well to the next, and then also it's 4-inch is our feed off of the current one.
Yeah.
Moving that 4-inch over to our new well, we're gonna be north of $1 million.
Oh, we're gonna blow that out of the sky if we move over and drill a whole complete new well like at the test well.
No, I meant right next to Roberts Street.
Oh, right now, yeah, it'd
Just
be close
moving
to this.
all of that just over 20 or 40 feet, whatever. We
Yeah.
end up moving. Plus we gotta fence it and everything. So
Yeah.
we're gonna be
Just say $1 million
$1.5 million.
bucks, but then by if we use our current pumping system and everything, then that saves, and we would be able to cut off, cause I had a turnkey estimate here for a complete new pumping system going to 100 horsepower to increase to a 500 gallon minute yield.
But if you're saying if we utilize the 8-inch that we currently have,
It's a 6-inch pump and motor that we currently have. If we use that, we save all that. And it'd be quite a bit cheaper.
then what are we looking at in production?
We'd cut out a pumping system pump. Let's see here, just the motor alone is $30,000. The pump to increase to 500 gallons a minute is $17,000. You cut out a control box is $13,000. Cut out the pipe, the wire. of the estimated for a bigger pump to do to 500. If we just use what we have on hand, we'd save, 30, 17, that's 50. 100 grand guessing.
So 100 grand, and then what's our yield gonna be?
It would be at the same yield. Well, if we do this, it's 500. If we go use our old system, we'd be back at 300.
So for $100,000 in savings, we'd be losing
200 GPM.
which is
Yeah.
almost another well.
Yeah.
At about $1 million.
Yeah. Yeah,
So it's not really that cost effective.
it's not really no. But then we run into the issue of we need to increase our pipe diameter size leading there and getting to our tanks.
It's all AC pipe, so we need to do that anyways.
Yep.
Put that in a capital improvement plan down the road.
Yes, sir.
How
Any
many
other
days
questions?
till production if you started tomorrow?
If I started tomorrow,
Just hypothetically, I know you're not starting tomorrow, but
let's say a month and a half in production.
fill or pumping water.
Oh,
or
I'm
using-
talking filling the tanks up. Because by the conditions I found as far as the water level dropping everything, that makes a whole different ball of wax for me. Cause then I don't have to follow certain, like there's different recommendations that TCQ recommends on plugging wells. And being as we really only have 100 foot of standing water, I'm allowed to use a complete different set of rules. And that makes me like ecstatic. Cause then I don't have to worry about damaging the formation down there at all. That's where I'm like, heck yeah, let's do it as fast as possible. So when it starts raining and that changes, then it goes to pump cement from the bottom within 3 foot of the surface. Liquid. Where's all that cement gonna go? Into the formation. How far is it gonna get?
Councilmember Chia,
No, I mean, they kind of got it all figured out and what they need to do and leave it in the extra hands, my opinion.
Mike, did you want to add anything?
Negative, John said it pretty clearly, and Rob and John have been on it for a day or two, so they know what's going on, and I'm on board. I think that's the best. Being good stewards of the citizens' money is the best way to go, and I think this is the way to go. Yeah, it's 6 weeks, and that's where I'm a little concerned. I think we really need to push water conservation on that, and I know the citizens can come together and do that. 6 weeks is we have to do it. I don't think we're at a point where we have a choice. We have to move and we have to move fast.
Councilmember Martinez?
I agree, we have to move on, and I don't know how kind of magic Mr. Adlon is going to do with moving money, but we have to get this done as soon as
I
possible.
think that's coming up next, right? We'll talk about that. Councilmember Escobedo?
Yeah, we gotta get this done.
Councilmember Stevens?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So at 500 gallons a minute, basically be able to pull out about 750,000 gallons a day, which is about a third of what we need from a city standpoint, between 1.7 and 2 million gallons. That's going to allow you to run a 500 gallon a minute pump a lot less, give it a rest along the way, ought to help maintenance along the way. So I think all this makes sense.
Lucas?
Chief Etchison, did we ever get an update from TCQ with the conversation we had earlier? Yes. Yes.
Can you come up to the and state who you are? Y'all don't leave.
I know.
So valuable, Mike.
James Etchison, Fire Chief. So I talked to TCEQ about the shuttling of the water. If we're taking the water and dumping it directly into the well, which I thought it was originally doing, they were like, no. But all we're doing is just taking water that's already been chlorinated out of a hydrant, putting it into a fire truck and moving it to a tank, which is going to be pre-chlorinated and then going through the system at the water treatment plant. And then getting chlorinated again. So that has really nothing to do with water quality because we're using our own water and it's moving it from point A to point B.
So we're moving it from the Moose Keys over to the west side.
to the tanks over on the west side.
what some of the citizens might not realize, the two sides don't talk. So the situation we have right now is affecting the west side, not the east side.
Including Saul Ross.
Right.
Yep.
And Country Club Estates, are they on the same?
I'd have to look at the maps. I just like to say it's 50-50 one and 50-50 on the other, but I'd have to look at the maps to get you exactly. But it's like splitting the town in half.
So
Half
the
town-
east side of
excuse me,
town,
half the town
great,
Saul Ross.
Yeah.
I mean, the other part, Roberts.
So what you're talking about for those out there who might be watching later, the east side's good, take some water from the east side, take it to the west side.
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
And so this is just what our booster pump that we were just talking about with our engineer would do, so we don't have to shuttle it, but we're 30 days out from that. So I just wanted to ask Chief Etchison that to give everybody a little bit of a peace of mind that we do have a contingency plan in place. If we have to start shuttling water, we can. But that doesn't mean to start watering or anything. Conservation is our best means to get through this 30-day, 45-day period.
So I also want to stress that we have plenty of water. It's a delivering it system. Our wells are old, as you heard, of the fifties or sixties, maybe even the forties for
I
some.
found records from all.
So we've got plenty of water. It's just a matter of getting it out and
Yes,
to our faucets. Okay, Councilmember Stevens?
So one question with Saul Ross, with graduation coming up, how much is that going to save us per day? Just trying to think about, how much water we're going to save, so we don't have to go into that contingency plan, because if they use 65 million gallons a year, that's 178,000 gallons. There's an opportunity to make life a little bit easier.
That's correct. That's correct. Once the semester's over, it kind of slows down a little bit. That'll help us quite a bit. You're right about that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
They need to stop watering the grass.
Oh, yes. And also another thing, public school will finish here in the next couple of weeks. So that's gonna help a lot as well. Like I said, the main component to this is the citizens trying to conserve water and just be patient with us, and we can get everything back up to regulation.
Else, council? Anything else, Councilmember Stevens?
No, I don't think so. I'm not sure what resolution we're talking about implementing, because I get the update's great. I appreciate the update. I am worried about funding.
Coming up soon, like next,
Thank you.
right? All right, so city secretary addendum D to the emergency addendums.
Okay, addendum D was added to the agenda through the second addendum, the emergency addendum. And that's approved resolution 2026-0505, a resolution increasing water utility base rates to support debt service associated with financing the construction of a new municipal water well, related system improvements which are necessary to address the emergency loss of water production capacity and maintain system reliability. This is sponsored and presented by the city manager.
Okay. All right, so city manager, would you like to?
So the reason for this item is, we kind of estimated beforehand, between 500 and $1 million for the cost of drilling a new well. And I was looking at the rate studies that was presented, I think, back in 2025, and the recommendation there was to have an increase without this situation. So, how do you want me to fund this? So I provided options in there. Do we get a loan to be able to fund this and pay this over time as we receive customer payments? Or
Is this just a discussion item or are we actually taking action?
It is basically that you are able to take action on
Okay,
if you
you
all
need a
wish to
motion.
do so, yes.
Okay, so I need a motion. Council, I need a motion so we can discuss this further.
Fair.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay. All right. So what are your thoughts, Henry?
so my thoughts are, well, so that we're able to pay for it over time as we receive customer payments. You know, a well will last you about 30 years. So if you're able to finance it, 10 years, 15 years, you know, over time, you will be, recovering the cost.
Councilmember Portillo?
I mean, my opinion, I mean, we just have to do whatever we need to do to get this thing moving otherwise we're still dragging our feet and nothing will ever get done. That's where I stand on it.
Henry, how much are we looking at increasing utility base rates?
So the
Right
rate,
now, it's what, 1 cent per 100 gallons?
so we did the math and, on average, all in all, 1 gallon is less than half a cent.
Okay, 1 gallon.
1 gallon, it comes out to 0.00466. So,
And how long has that been the base rate?
that, I don't know when the rates changed last, Carmen, I don't think Carmen is here, so I don't know when the last rate change was. But the recommendation at $1 million was, $5 to the base rate. That would produce enough, money to make the payment on the loan.
Okay, and this was the recommendation from the rate study that.
From
we
the
had.
rate study that,
25.
25, correct.
Now, in order to get grants and various fundings for utilities to increase it, to improve the infrastructure, do we have to show that do they say you're not charging enough, therefore you're not eligible?
That is correct. They're gonna request a study and see how you're paying for the system and if you're adequately funding the system.
And if we're not adequately funding the system?
They will make you aware of it, and then, you know, maybe that will be one of the qualifications for getting that.
Councilmember Martinez?
Okay, if I understand, we need to get a loan to a starter, but we can apply for the grant so we can pay for the loan. Is that what you said?
We're gonna be looking for grants, but this is an emergency situation. The grants a lot of
I
times
know.
take a while.
Take a while.
But Mr. Skinner, if he's the one that's gonna start working, he's gonna start working tomorrow. He needs to buy supplies, all that kind of stuff. I mean, he's gonna need funding for that,
Yeah.
right?
So where are we getting the loan? We just got a loan from West Texas National.
So the
Bank.
loan, I've two options. We're working with Communities Unlimited, the ones that did the rate study. And they help the rural south areas. They kind of focus just on rural. And then the others also, the way we did the last one with the government capital. And government capital was actually able to get local financing. So we're financing with a local bank, which is actually a good thing here, because you're supporting local.
Who's gonna recommend you that it would be faster right now?
Well, I have to go back and look and see which option will be faster and also look at the interest rate. I don't have that information right now to make that decision. But I need authorization from the council to move forward.
Yes, sir. You have my
If you don't
authorization.
authorize me, I'm not, I can't move, you know?
Right.
You represent the constituents and you have the authority and I'll do what you decide. If it's no, it's
Oh,
no.
yeah, you have.
I-
my consent.
yeah. I'm a respectful person. If it's no, it's no. If it's yes, it's yes.
I authorize you to look for the positions. Okay, we need to move on. We need to get this done yesterday.
Councilmember Portillo?
I agree. I mean, yeah, I mean, we're up here to represent the community. And I just hope the community understands that this is an emergency. We have to do what we have to do, and hopefully everybody will understand that we have to move forward.
Otherwise, when we have the west side, they turn on their
Yep.
faucet, nothing comes
And
out.
nothing comes out. Exactly.
Councilmember Escobedo?
So tomorrow you could be able to get the estimates from both the local bank and community.
I mean, tomorrow I'll work on getting the estimates. I don't know how soon I can get them.
But regardless, I mean, there's no.
Councilmember Lucas?
Why did we go with just the $5 base rate?
That was, the amount needed to generate the,
So that's just where we're coming from is.
Yeah.
So we had, was it for $1 million in our packet, it says. Our yearly debt service would be about $107,859 at $5 increase at a base rate would be based off of our. Rate study would be generating $166,560.
that's correct.
So it definitely generates the revenue that we need. But we just talked about a rate study and on reviewing it. And I think if we're going to increase rates, maybe we should discuss how we're gonna go about it. Because we also have $900,000 over here. We still have Mr. Skinner here that can attest that. We need more wells. In 1999, we knew that we needed to start drilling more wells. This doesn't really set us up in a favorable position to be in the position to tackle that. Or any of the other infrastructures that's been neglected over decades. And so, in my opinion, if we're gonna adjust rates, we should probably look at it mathematically, and I've run a lot of numbers and I'm willing to give them to you. We can go multiple ways. We can look at doing usage and have it instead of a base rate and everybody's paying a portion, we can do it off the usage to where whoever's using the more water causing more demand on our system, they can pay it. We can split it to where base rates come up and usage comes up as well, because we're at $3.30 per 1,000 gallons currently, and then it obviously increases with demand as well. And so we have revenues that will increase anywhere from, our 166,000 all the way up to 762,000, doing a hybrid with raising our base rates slightly and then also raising our usages slightly, or even, if we went usage, which I'm not in complete favor for, but if we did the usages based off of our rate study, we could go all the way up to an additional almost $3 million in additional revenue in our water department, which in my opinion would set us up in the future. Granted, this is going to be stretched out a little bit depending on which way we went with it, to address future issues that we know, one that we're already facing and know that will end up inevitably coming up, without having to continue to go out for debt service or anything like that, to where we can continue. We have roughly $3 million in our enterprise fund balance, right? And so we can start building bigger nest egg, if you will. It's just my 2 cents. And then also my question is, with $3 million in our fund balance, where are we looking at going after debt?
I think as a manager, it's very easy to see, and all the discussions that you have, you might think that, let's say that the number is 3 million, that's a lot of money.
It's not.
How much risk do you have out there?
We have a lot of
You have
risk.
Mr. Skinner here. He's told you the wells are old. That creates a lot of risk. How much risk do you have in your piping system? How old is it? So managing a utility system, especially water and sewer, very expensive. There's a lot of risk out there that you don't even know about. So to me, even if you have the 3 million, that's a drop in the bucket for what cities need. Not only the city of Alpine, other cities.
No, absolutely, absolutely. I'm just wondering like why we're looking at this instead of doing that, because to me, this is quite a major setback for water infrastructure. And so it's like, if we have that money there and we're talking about saving it for failures, why are we not utilizing it for this failure?
And we can, if you decide that that's what you want, but there's gonna be another one.
No, inevitably,
down
and
the
that's
road.
why I'm saying, like, to me, whether we go with fund balance or a loan, that's a discussion for the, or a decision based off the majority, and I mean, whichever way we go about it is the way we go about it. We need a well in the ground, and that's foundational. Now, the way we adjust our rates, I think it's something that we should probably be more conscientious, if we will, about how we go about it to set ourselves up for the future, because like you're saying, 3 million, that's 2 wells, you know, that's nothing, essentially. And so to be able to grow that, to be able to equip our utilities director to fund that department adequately, to give us some breathing room, I think that's maybe where we should start looking at the numbers on where maybe we want to play with this as far as increasing rates. Because it's the rate study told us that we were going to be in a deficit, and here we are, we're in a deficit with our utility balance, unfortunately.
And we have the organization that did the rate study on Zoom, and she has her hand up.
Awesome.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Manriquez. I'm actually out of El Paso with Communities Unlimited, but I am from the area, Sol Ross grad here. Just to make something clear, one of the city council members mentioned something about grants and then the loan. Many grants, when you get a grant, you are unable to pay a loan. Like, let's say right now everyone's talking about HB 500. We're unable to pay for those if we acquire HB 500, we're unable to pay for a loan. I do have Henry, I do have the rates for Communities Unlimited right now. I have a 6% for a 10-year loan and a 7% for a 15-year loan. Okay. I can revisit the rate study. I have a team that is helping me, that can help me look at that water usage, as you had mentioned, sir. And we can play with that. We can also play with the rates. I was actually doing it today, and there were some formula issues, but I can certainly get it to you sometime this week. Playing with the rates, playing with the water usage as well. Let's keep in mind that the water usage fluctuates by season. Of course, winter months are less, and then in the summer we increase it. So that is not a steady income or revenue. When you have a base rate, it's coming in, whether we like it or not. So that's kind of my 2 cents. Like I said, I can revisit that, give you more charts versus all the verbiage where you can see the water usage and the base rates, and then you can make an educated decision on what you guys need. But we're here. I'm here to help Communities Unlimited. Thank you for your time and letting me explain this to you guys.
So that was the thing we discussed, is the base rate guarantees the payment to be able to pay, because as your lowest consumption month is, let's say, January. Give an example here. Yeah, January, we consumed 18,194,000 gallons of water. We made $97,710. But we just passed January. We're going into June, July, and August, which August last year was your highest consumption month at 38,655,000 gallons. So we need to start preparing for that. And that revenue was at $167,071. So do you see how it can fluctuate from 97,710 or 167,071? So by doing the base rate, that is guaranteeing every month that you're going to get the money to be able to pay the note.
One more addition, Mayor. Like USDA right now, I'm working with 3 communities, and USDA tapped on our shoulder and said, can you do a rate study? They're unable to pay for their loan, they need to increase their rates. So we're playing with that. They won't release any monies if the system or the city cannot sustain itself. And we can very well say, well, we're supplementing it from other revenues or tax or whatever, but they want to see that the system itself is able to sustain and pay for itself for their loans or whatever it may be. So, and that's USDA, and I know USDA takes a while, but I was in contact with one of them, one of the main people, is it Raul? Raul? Over in Edinburgh, and he was happy that I told him I was working with you, so he was happy on that. And he's like, rate increase, because they need it. So you were on a list of kind of, hey, if you're seeking USDA loans or grants, there must be some kind of an adjustment. I will include as well, as you saw in the other study, how in reference to inflation as well. We have to keep that in mind and how we see inflation this year as well. And it kind of skyrocketed on us. So we have to keep that in mind as well. So sorry.
Councilmember Stevens?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So in my view, we need to turn John Skinner on tomorrow. I don't think there's any question about that. Go get the new well put in. We have a fund balance that allows that to occur because we have the financial assets to get that going. So in my view, my first step would be take money out of the fund balance, get John turned on. Do we need to do the rate study? And do we need to work the longer elements? I've talked to at the last city council meeting, went through the capital improvement plan. We talked about needing additional $3 million that's not currently within our budget. We've already borrowed $2 million this year. In my mind, get John turned on now, and then we need to have the real discussion about what loans we need to take out, because we know we're going to have to take out more than we currently have right now. That all needs to get incorporated in so we really understand what our debt level is going to be for the city. Because it's if we continue down the loan route, we're going to end up spending $400,000 to $500,000 a year on interest. And I'd really like to make sure we all understand what that's going to look like. So my put would be press on, use fund balance. Hey, let's go understand. Let's get the rate study cleaned up because we got to charge enough to be able to do for our water. Let's figure out the utilization versus base. In my opinion, well, I know, increasing the minimum gets you guaranteed, but frankly, we're pretty consistent over the year. We got low consumption in the wintertime, high in the summertime. It all balances out and we're able to work our way through. And I think we need to be fair to the residents about what a rate study would look like so we can go have the discussions. And in my mind, this is all part of the discussion we as council members want to have with our constituents as we get ready for the budget cycle. And this is already on my agenda for the Ward 5 discussion is exactly this point. So I am not in favor of approving a resolution tonight to go out for more debt, nor to change the rate study, but know we need to do it. And we need to talk about it sooner than later. So that's my put.
No, it's whatever you all decide.
And if we got that money,
Councilmember Portillo?
I'm with what Councilman Stevens said. I mean, if John needs to start tomorrow, then that money's there, use it. And then I guess, work on getting our rates right and figuring that thing out and then kind of move forward and, pray to God that nothing else happens from now until then, That's where I'm at. If we got the money, just use it. And then we'll figure it out later, I guess. Hopefully.
Councilmember Martinez? So right now we just have to go to advertising to find the raise in the base plan. So, hold on. Councilmember Ricketts?
So for paying for it out of our fund balance, but also having our city manager get with our firm, I guess, that's doing a rate study to give us all the options so we can look at it at our next council meeting. So where we can look at where we can be how we can replenish these funds, because he's right, $3 million for infrastructure is nothing. But are we gonna replenish this to where we can start funding our own projects and or try and get ahead of this? I mean, it's gonna take a long time, but it'll at least be a step in the right direction instead of just putting it off for later, putting it off for later.
But it will take 2 weeks to the next meeting, so I thought we need to decide soon.
Yeah. Do the fund balance now with her figuring out what our options are for our rates, and then next meeting, we can figure out where we need to set our rates, so we can get out of the deficit and get ahead of this, and we can replenish our fund balance and then start running it the way this needs to be run.
Councilmember Escobedo.
6-05-05, increasing water utility base rates to support debt service associated with financing and construction of a new municipal water well and related system improvements. So we want to wait until the next meeting before we make any decisions. We want to wait for her to give us information on base rates versus rates plus water usage, etc. Am I hearing you correctly? Is that what we're looking?
But we're gonna go ahead and go use our fund balance, correct?
Right.
Yes.
Right.
We'd have to amend the budget.
Yeah. Do we need,
order to do it.
do we need to amend the resolution?
I would say it sounds like y'all don't want to increase the utility rates right now. So
No,
then
we
you,
want to put it on the agenda for next
okay,
time.
then maybe you postpone, a motion to postpone.
Okay. So I need a motion to postpone, please. Oh, wait, I lower your time. Cynthia?
Mayor, we also have a current motion on the floor for the approval of that resolution. So I would suggest that we withdraw that motion first and then proceed with the motion as Gio suggested.
Do I need a motion to withdraw?
Can I make the motion that we withdraw this?
I need a second.
Second.
Any discussion?
No.
Let's vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Councilmember.
Aye.
Stevens. City Secretary and Council voted to remove the resolution 2026-05-05. Okay, so I need a motion to postpone.
Can I make the motion to postpone?
I need a second.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah.
Let's vote.
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Stevens,
And just so I can make sure, and the motion is,
to postpone this discussion until next time about
got
the
it, thank you.
rates.
Okay, aye.
Okay. All right, City Secretary Council voted unanimously to postpone this discussion until the next.
And just on this item, and the city manager is gonna move forward to get a new well drilled using fund balance, or are we postponing that discussion, or we need a motion to authorize them to do that?
So, Cynthia can probably speak to this, but usually we would require a budget amendment in order to transfer from the reserves. I'm not sure if there's any emergency, exceptions.
So this is going to be one of those items that council is going to be required to ratify after the fact. I do suggest that y'all do have the motion authorizing the city manager to continue on using fund balance, authorizing your well expert to proceed, and then again bring that back. Whatever budget item needs to happen, bring that back with your next council meeting. Yes, sir. I see a finger up from Councilman Lucas.
So for our next item, it's giving him the permission to go out for a loan. Can we just amend that to do the fund balance transfer?
I believe you can either do it under, I'm looking at the second amended addendum to the regular meeting, so either under item B or C, I think it'll work there.
Yes, ma'am, I was in reference to B. Or I'm sorry, B.
Okay. Yes, sir. I think it's in either of those, it'll work.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
That's the one we're in, right?
B.
Right?
No,
we're in A.
we're in D, which is A on this paper.
Our system had numbers.
Yeah, let's open item D. All right, so item D is disposed of, it's moved to next time. Let's move on to item E, then we'll get our motion. Our second, and then we'll vote on that. Okay, all right, so, city manager, you want to read out item E, which is B on the paper?
No, I would be the approved resolution 2026-05 a resolution authorizing the city to apply for and receive loan funds from Communities Unlimited for the purpose of financing the construction of a new municipal water well and related water system improvements, and authorizing the city manager to execute all necessary documents.
Okay, I need a motion. Okay, discussion, city manager.
So the purpose is to consider and approve a resolution authorizing the city to apply for and receive loan funds from Communities Unlimited for the purpose of financing the construction of a new municipal water well and related water system improvements. The background is the city has experienced failure of a municipal water well, resulting in a significant reduction in water production capacity and creating an urgent need to restore system reliability. This condition poses risk to public health and safety and requires immediate action to ensure adequate water supply and system performance. To address this need, the city is pursuing financing options to support the construction of a new municipal water well and associated infrastructure improvements. Communities Unlimited provides funding opportunities for water and wastewater systems improvements and has provided a resolution template and guidance to facilitate the city's application for a loan fund. Approval of this resolution would authorize the city to apply for and receive loan funds from Communities Unlimited, and authorize the city manager to execute all necessary documents to secure such funding.
Okay.
Well-
You want to go with what you were saying? Councilmember Lucas?
Yes. Make a motion to amend. I'll make the motion to amend the resolution 2026-0506 to authorize the city manager to transfer the funds from our utility or enterprise fund with our utilities to pay for the well.
Okay, I need a second.
Second.
And discussion. Okay, Rick? Councilmember
No, we're
Stevens?
good. No, we're good.
Okay, let's vote.
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Stevens? Okay, so city secretary, council voted unanimously to use the fund balance from the enterprise funds for this resolution. Do we need to dispose of the original resolution now?
No, we're okay. Thank you.
Good. All right, so we have a emergency addendum item F, which is C on your papers. All right, city manager.
The approved resolution 2026-05-07, a resolution expressing official intent to reimburse certain expenditures related to the construction of a new municipal water well and related water system improvements from the proceeds of future obligations, including the utility system revenue bonds, and providing for related matters.
Okay, I need a motion.
I motion to approve the resolution as presented.
I need a second. Okay, discussion, city manager.
So, I mean, this resolution is for financing, so since we're not financing, it's just vote against.
Vote against.
Vote against it.
Okay, any other discussion?
Just as someone who's out in the hinterlands, I have no paper to look at, so I don't know what we published or didn't publish. But it's a little bit frustrating to see things like, and I know we're working this real time, but I have no idea what we're voting on, other than I'm going to vote against it.
That works, Councilmember Stevens. Okay, let's vote.
There's to vote against it.
Right.
Right.
Nay to vote against.
Nay.
Nay. Councilmember Stevens?
Nay.
Okay. So city secretary, council voted against approving resolution 2026-05-07. All right, so that took care of all the emergency addendums. With that, I think we need a break. So 5 minutes. Okay, with that, we are back in session. Moving on to the consent agenda, City Secretary.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight's consent agenda contains 4 items. Item A, approval of the April 21st, 2026 regular meeting minutes. Item B, approval of the excused absence of Councilor Martinez from the April 21st, 2026 regular council meeting. Item C, approval of the appointment of Coleman Ridling to the place 5 position on the Parks and Recreation Board. And item D, approval of the appointment of Rachel Ziegler to the place 1 hotelier position on the Hotel Occupancy Tax Committee.
Need a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll say.
Okay, let's vote.
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Stevens?
Aye.
All right, City Secretary, the consent agenda was approved as written.
Thank
you. Great, thank you. All right, moving on to item 10, 6 minutes on the clock. Okay, so we'll move to, do we have an Emergency Services Board update? Rusty's not here, or is there somebody in his stead? Okay. Secretary, could you add that to the next agenda?
Yes.
All right, moving on to item C, first fiscal year 2025-2026, first quarter investment report. City Manager.
Fiscal year 2025-2026 first quarter investment report by Director of Finance Victoria Sanchez.
She is not able to be here because she's working with the consultant on the audit. So she did forward a small report for you all that's in your back folders, black folders, if you have any questions. We could read it out loud if you'd like. Pretty short and sweet.
Yeah, because Councilmember Stevens doesn't have it.
Yes. We got that before, very recently today. Okay, I can go ahead and read it for you. She said quarterly investment report. The quarterly investment reports provide detailed report of activity within the accounts invested in Techstar and Texas Class. Transactions are as follows. First quarter ending December 31st, 2025. We have $591,075 withdrawal for loader and zipper purchase. $334,701.80 withdrawal for Dowtech and ARPA funds. And she did note that it was interest earnings. And second quarter ending March 31st, 2026, she had a note there that it's interest earning. She had a note that there's a slight decrease in interest rates. And she did note that all of the information was included in the packet as well on the different account. And she has another note for the next report as well, if y'all don't have any other questions for the city manager on that.
Okay, which is fiscal year 2025-2026 second quarter investment report.
Item B, fiscal year 2025-2026 second quarter investment report by Director of Finance Victoria Sanchez. Okay, this report provides a status. Oh, no, that's the expenditure. Just right here. Okay. All right, so that's E, financial report budget analysis usage report as of March 31st, 2026 by Director of Finance Victoria Sanchez. This report provides the status of expenditures and earnings to date. Due to audit preparation, I was unable to compare current year to prior year. Some of the revenue expenditures that contain a low percentage are mainly due to seasonal operations and services, as well as whether some of the revenues are received on a quarterly or annual basis.
Councilmember Stevens.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So, Henry, please thank Victoria for putting this together. Very helpful. What I see is wastewater treatment plant is underwater. Everything else seems to be in reasonably decent shape. Do I have a good sense?
That's the sense that I get, Councilmember Stevens, and Henry's looking through it.
And she did note that these reports were just pretty straightforward, and the investment reports are just showing exactly how everything is panning out with our reserve funds, which we all know, we're in pretty good shape with that. So.
And the interest earnings and.
Yeah.
Yeah, total revenues are above expenditures. I did note that the revenues are not at the 50% mark, could be seasonal. We'll know as we progress.
Okay. 56. Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Stevens, did you hear the city manager?
Yes, I did. Yeah, it was only looking at the December report. It was underwater, but in terms of overall, it's still 300,000 above on the wastewater treatment. So everything else looks good. Thank you.
Councilmember Escobedo? Councilmember Lucas? Councilmember Martinez?
I'm good, everything is good.
Councilmember Portillo?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, so that takes care of items C and D.
So just quick question. So Henry, how often should we expect to see this?
This you can see it on a monthly basis or quarterly. My preference is quarterly. You have quarterly balance sheet, quarterly financial reports.
I'm okay with that. It'll be, once we get the budget for this next year, I think we may want to see it more frequently, particularly because we're going to be taking out more debt than we want to take out. So, but we can talk about that next fiscal year. Thank you.
All right, so moving back to report and presentation A. City manager,
Approve the second and final reading of ordinance.
on page 3 of 57. We skipped over Chief Etchison's, he was away.
Okay, okay, all right. Alpine Volunteer Fire Department update from Chief James Etchison.
All right, come on. You've done this before, you know the drill.
All right, y'all ready for some good news finally? All right, let's get some good news. So my big news is we had our ISO inspection today. It's the International Organization of Standardization. It helps with our levels of insurance and that helps for fire protection in the area. Our previous score was between 4 and 5, leaning more towards 5. After today's inspection, we're down to a 3. So 1 being the best, 10 being the lowest.
Okay,
So we're at a 3. So that's good.
that's very good.
We did really good. And what contributed to that was our training. Training had a huge dent put into that, and they gave us a lot of points to be able to do this. This is the first time in many years that we've had 19 certified firefighters on the park. So, really good news in that aspect. I was gone all last month, but the fire department ran without me, so I guess I can quit my job.
What is the Robert? No, Rob says no.
We had a bunch of little stuff. We had a couple brush fires, some gas spills at the gas station from tourists, and a couple gas leaks. People turning on their heaters for the first time and realizing that it's gunked up with something, and it's starting smoke, and us going in there clearing it out. But the big thing we had was a hazmat spill. It was an actual hazmat spill at Sul Ross University. It was muric acid. And it's spilled all over the ground. Like I said, I wasn't here, but my captain did take care of it. He called the hazmat team out of El Paso. They came in, they looked it over. They did all the operations correctly. They had the guidance of the El Paso hazmat crew. They did decon of the entire situation. They bottled everything up, did a great job on it. We got kudos from the El Paso hazmat team. So rest assured, we can handle hazmat. So that was another good thing.
Good to go.
Our junior firefighter program is taking off. I'll go over that on the next report I have to do for the board. But the firefighter program is taking off. There's 3 of them, and they are kicking butt. And they're doing all the trainings that most of my firefighters don't even do. So I got to watch them. Every time there's a fire, they're getting dressed up and getting ready to head out. They're going, whoa.
Calm down.
Go give water. You can't go in there. But that's going really, really well. Speaking of the firefighter certification, we just had 5 firefighters test for firefighter 1. They all passed with flying colors. We had 2 firefighters that needed 2 classes, which were the hazmat operations and awareness. They both passed the test and they got firefighter 2 certified. So that just adds to our numbers. And we're rocking like never before. Their next step is firefighter 2. When I told the inspector today that I'm putting everybody through firefighter training and hazmat training, he was elated. because not many volunteer departments actually take as much time and training as we do. And with the training field, that it even gives more points. Now, if you want more points, they said if we had a 3-tiered tower for training, they would give us a lot of points for that because it's a good training year. So just saying, it's we'll grease those skids for later time. For fire reports, anybody have any questions for me?
Hey, Chief, with the improved score, does that help fire insurance for our residents at all?
It does, in fact.
All right.
It'll help your insurance. I don't know how much it's going to drop, but it's like maybe like 1% or 2%. I know for some reason Donna Blevins called me, and we were on the docket for having a ISO score of 7, which is horrible. With this new score, it's going to greatly improve insurance rates for the area.
Very good. That's happy.
That's great. Thank you.
Great news. All right, so are you here for instead of Rusty?
Yes, Rusty's in Austin right now for.
Okay, oh, sweet, go ahead, for the Emergency Services Board update, discussion B.
Alrighty, once again, James Etchison with the fire, representing the Alpine Emergency Services Board. Things that they got going on this month and next month is new officer elections. All the chairmen are going to stay the same. Everybody agreed to stay in their positions, which is a great thing because they're all doing a great job. They're going to review their bylaws again and go over and just update, because when they first started the bylaws, it was all stuff freshly new. Nobody knew what was really going on. So now that we've been doing this for about 3 years, they kind of have a better grasp. So they're going to redo the bylaws and reread them. We did have our fundraiser this weekend. The fire department raised a little under $2,000, and the junior firefighters were able to raise $200 for themselves. We did get a SAFER grant for $175,000, which is paid over a 5-year period. The first year we're getting $42,000 to our department, and then each sequential year another $42,000, and it's for specific things like equipment, recruiting, memorabilia and swag and stuff like that. We have yet to see this money. I don't know what's going on. I think it's something with FEMA, but we have not seen a dime of this. We got approved way back in August of last year, so we have not seen anything yet. But you know, it's something. It's a nice little light at the end of the tunnel. Hopefully, it's not a train. We've had a bunch of grants come through, and we are starting to cash in on those grants right now. So we're getting some of the money that we spent to get the stuff. So we're getting some of the money back. The one grant that's coming up quickly and we're working on is for the apparatus, the new fire apparatus, a new pumper engine. It's going to be a little bit more high tech than the one that we have now. It's going to be a 2026 model. It's going to have a higher pump. It's going to have a 2,000-gallon tank in it. And it's going to replace engine 2 that we have. Engine 2 is not looking so hot. So we're going to rename this new engine 2. And we're just trying to allocate money at this time. We're looking at loans and stuff like that in order to get this and paid off. We have a map, but we're still waiting to see what all we need to get this thing accomplished, because we are a baby LLC. So getting a loan's been kind of difficult for us, but we'll see what happens. This one's a question for me, so I won't say that one. It's hard to believe I've been gone a month and then come back to this. First Alert 7 News reported on the Mile High Fire Training Academy that they had last year in Fort Davis. We were highlighted. Alpine was highlighted on the news, and I was on the news a few times interviewing me, but it highlighted the rural firefighters. So it made us in this whole area, this whole region, look like we were competent, and we're stellar, and we are. Everybody in this community, all in the Tri-Counties, is awesome. Everybody does their job and they do it to perfection, and we pride ourselves on that. And the news highlighted that. It was really nice to see that we got kudos for that. So it was really, really nice. And update for the junior firefighters, they decided to call themselves Company 13. And their main focus is safety, mental health, and scholastic integrity. So that's,
How many junior firefighters are there?
we have 3 right now. And these guys are scouting the high school.
Okay.
And they're like, oh yeah, we like these 2 guys. There's a bunch of other people we don't ever want on the department. Whoa, calm down there, Mafia. Youngest is 14, oldest is 16.
Okay.
So the age ranges for the junior firefighters, if you want to join, is from 14 to 18. And once you turn 18, then you can become part of the actual fire department.
Wow.
Yeah.
And do we have, is it the Texas Forest Service? Are they here?
They're off and on. It's depending on the weather index. Right now, the weather index is not super high, but it's right below high just because we had that rain. So it's a little damp here. That was case in point. We had a fire the other day and the fire hit the brush, but it didn't go anywhere. So it was reassuring that it was good enough to where.
Well, they're not here right now. They come in.
No, they're in Fort Stockton, but they'll come here at least once or twice a week, stage at the station just in case we need them on the really hot, windy days. We have good backup with the Texas Forest Service.
Councilmember Escobedo.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Lucas.
Thanks, Chief.
Yep.
Councilmember Martinez. Thank you. Councilmember Garcia.
Thanks, Jane.
Councilmember Stevens.
Thanks, James.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Wanted to give you guys some good news for once.
Yes. Thank you. Makes us very happy to hear good news. All right, so we took care of discussion item E, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that takes care of all, not discussion item, reports. That takes care of all reports and presentations. All right, we had no discussion items, so that moves us on into action items. All right, so action item A belongs to the city manager.
Approve the second and final reading of ordinance 2026-04-05 and ordinance amending chapter 23, City Council of the Alpine Code of Ordinances, amending Article 2, Rules of Procedure by revising section 23-9 to clarify that all members of City Council, including the mayor, may place items on the agenda subject to established administrative procedures, ensuring consistency with the city charter and providing for findings of fact, inclusion in the code of ordinance, cumulative severability, proper notice and meeting, public hearing, and effective date.
Need a motion?
Mayor, make the motion that we present or approve it as presented.
I need a second.
Second.
All right, discussion, city manager.
So this ordinance amends section 23-9 of the Alpine Code of Ordinances to clarify that all members of the city council, including the mayor, may place items on the agenda consistent with the city charter. The amendment addresses ambiguity in the current ordinance that has been interpreted to limit the mayor's ability to independently place items on the agenda. The city charter defines the governing body as the mayor and council members collectively, and this revision ensures alignment with that authority. The ordinance maintains all existing administrative procedures, including submission deadlines, documentation requirements, legal review, and coordination through the city secretary and city manager to ensure efficient and compliant agenda management. This item promotes consistency with the charter, transparency, and equitable participation among the members of the governing body. The ordinance was approved as performed by the city attorney and is presented for second and final reading.
This is second and final reading. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Stevens?
Nope.
Let's vote.
Aye.
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 Okay, city secretary, council voted unanimously to approve the second and final reading of ordinance 2026-04-05. Moving on to action item B, city manager.
Approve the first reading of ordinance 2026-05-01 and ordinance approving rezone application 2026-05-01. Amending the official zoning map of the city by rezoning the property located at 901 East Gallego and legally described as all of lots number 9, 10, south 83.07 feet of lot 1 and 2, block 34, Hancock addition to the city of Alpine, Brewster County, Texas, as the same appears on the map or plat records on file in the office of the county clerk of Brewster County, Texas, rezoning the subject property from R-4 mixed residential district to C-1 neighborhood commercial district, providing findings of fact, repealer, severability, effective date, proper notice, and hearing clauses.
I need a motion.
Mayor, I make the motion that we approve ordinance 2026-5-1 as presented.
I need a second. Okay, discussion, city manager.
So this ordinance approved a request to rezone the property located at 901 East Gallego from R-4 mixed residential to C-1 neighborhood commercial. The applicant is seeking to establish a commercial plant nursery, which is not permitted under the current zoning designation. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing and recommended approval, and all required public notices and hearings have been completed in accordance with state law and city procedures. Approval of this ordinance will amend the official zoning map and allow for neighborhood scale commercial use at this location.
I want to mention our building official is here. If anybody in council should have questions for her. All right, so Councilmember Martinez.
I would like her to see this corrected, so come on, Jessica, we want to see you closer.
You know the routine.
So what do you recommend?
Good evening, Jessica Isley, building official, City of Alpine. The applicant has a property that is zoned R4. I don't know if you had an opportunity to drive by it. It's right next to Skeletons, and shortly after that is the new food pantry. So it is in a heavily commercial area. So I don't see why there would be an issue with rezoning it to neighborhood commercial.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Patillo,
Oh, ma'am. Thanks, Jeff.
Councilmember Escobedo. No. Councilmember Stevens,
I'm very familiar with that property. Makes good sense to me.
Councilmember Lucas.
Okay.
All right, let's vote. Jessica.
Aye.
Hi.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
City Secretary, Council approved the first reading of ordinance 2026-05-01 unanimously. Moving on to action item C, city manager.
Approved resolution 2026-05-01, a resolution authorizing the submission of an application to the Texas Water Development Board for the Water Supply and Infrastructure Grant Program under House Bill 500, requesting financial assistance for water system improvement and authorizing the city manager to execute all necessary documents related to the application.
And a motion.
Mayor, I make the motion that we approve resolution 2026-05-01 as presented.
I need a second.
Second.
All right, discussion, city manager.
So this resolution authorizes the city to apply for funding through the Texas Water Development Board's Water Supply and Infrastructure Grant Program under House Bill 500. The city has submitted 4 project information forms totaling approximately 19.1 million for water and wastewater system improvements, including transmission line upgrades, wastewater treatment plant improvements, and improvements in the Sunny Glen area. The Texas Water Development Board will score the projects and invite selected applicants to submit full applications. This resolution designates the city manager as the authorized representative to execute all necessary documents and move forward with the application process.
To me, this is a no-brainer. Is there any other discussion? Are y'all ready to vote?
Yes.
Let's vote.
Aye.
Hi.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
All right, so City Secretary, Council voting unanimously to approve resolution 2026-05-01. Okay, moving on to action item D, city manager.
Approved resolution 2026-05-02, a resolution adopting the municipal swimming pool fee schedule and activity schedule for the 2026 season, including revised pricing, elimination of season passes, updated pool party rates, and expanded hours of operation to increase community access and improve operational efficiency.
I need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I need a second.
I second.
Okay, discussion, city manager.
Okay, the purpose of this item is to consider approval of a resolution adopting the Alpine Municipal Swimming Pool fee schedule and activity schedule for 2026 season, including revised pricing, expanding hours of operation, and related operational changes to improve access, efficiency, and financial performance. The City Council annually adopts a fee schedule and an activity schedule for the Alpine Municipal Swimming Pool. During the 2025 season, the pool operated under a limited schedule of 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. for public swim, which restricted access for working families and contributed to the concentrated usage during midday hours. Operationally, the 2025 model resulted in a net loss of approximately $20,000 with total revenues of $14,498 compared to payroll costs of $34,972. The existing pricing structure, including lower daily admission rates and season passes, also contributed to the inconsistent revenue recovery. City staff have developed a proposed 2026 operational plan to address these issues by expanding access and improving financial stability. Key proposed changes include extending public swim hours from 12 to 5 to 12 to 7 p.m. to accommodate after-work usage, implementing a flat admission rate of $5 per person and eliminate season passes, increasing pool party reservation fees to $2.50, expanding the operating season and adjusting late season operations to weekends only for efficiency, aligning staffing levels with demand and eliminate overtime. Based on projections included in the proposal, these changes are expected to increase attendance, improve cost recovery, and transition the pool from a subsidized operation to a net positive operation, while also enhancing community wellness and accessibility. The recommendation, staff recommends approval of the resolution adopting the 2026 municipal swimming pool fee schedule and activity schedule, including the proposed operational and pricing changes as presented.
Thank you. Kim, can you come on up? I know, Kim, you put a substantial amount of research and effort into this. You discovered that we've been losing money, $20,000 last year on the pool. Go ahead and tell us what all you've done. You've done a lot of work. You're doing exactly what council wanted you to do. We made it a priority to hire a rec coordinator back in the fall, and your credentials stood out.
Thank you.
Yes, your application was shared and council gave unanimous approval to hire Ms. Kim.
So I'll introduce myself, Kim Morrow, Recreation Coordinator. Thank you for letting me present. Rick, I am so glad you're here, my numbers man. Hopefully you have your calculator ready and I'm ready to go. I would like to say thank you first to Carol Fairley and Mr. Kobos, who came in and gave their statements today, because their opinions and their are valuable, and I'm very appreciative of that. So at the end of the day, let's talk numbers. To be honest with you, I proposed $5, but I'm happy to negotiate, because at the end of the day, we're serving the people. So I'm open to discussion and all of this. More than anything, I am trying to get more accessibility to our working families, like he has stated. And so because I know that there's a lot of talk about numbers as far as the cost and raising the prices. I will say that, at the end of the day, moving forward, we have to have something that is substantial and that we can keep moving forward. Now, with the seniors, I would like to say that I did not put it in this proposal, but I am open to keeping those passes for the seniors. They are on a very fixed income. And so I do think that it would be appropriate to be able to continue to offer that for them. Now, raising that cost a little bit this year might not be a bad idea, but at least we don't take it away from them completely. However, the numbers do show that we should eliminate the family passes. We are losing quite a bit on that. And we want to be able to not be in a deficit. We want to be, if not break even, let's get a surplus. So that's what this proposal is. You have the numbers. And so please guide me in how you want me to present this. I mean, if you want me to give those numbers a little bit more exact, I'm happy to do so. Again, I'm kind of at your mercy in this decision here, but I do think that we do need to extend the hours, because the cost of getting into the pool last year was not the problem. The problem was the hours. And at 5 o'clock, working families don't get to enjoy that pool. And so they're paying for a pool that they don't get to use. And so extending the hours and is really giving a service to our community. It's enhancing the quality of life for our people. So we were also offering a lot of free services, and like lap swim and the aerobics and things like that. But I will tell you the numbers on the aerobics. I know that was mentioned with Ms. Fairley, that there was a certain amount that they did in the morning and they did it in the afternoon. What I'm proposing is that we do the lap swim, and we share the lap swim, and we share the water aerobics in the morning. They were used to doing it in the afternoon, but if you look at the numbers that I proposed to you, there was actually only 3 people who attended in July. So water aerobics, if they are using that pool from 5 to 6 and only 3 people used it for the month of July, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to not be able to offer it to a whole lot more visitors or more Alpine citizens that to get to use that pool during that time. Instead, we closed it and we just left it open for them. There was only 22 people that showed up for the water aerobics in between May and June. So I am asking that we extend the season to September. I gave y'all a number based on 93 days, but I was calculating it not knowing when school was going to start. So I had an extra week in there. So I would be taking back some of that number. However, that doesn't mean that we wouldn't extend. I still think that we should be able to offer full services until school starts. And then after school starts, that we could offer the weekend availability to open for the weekends for the families, carrying from August 15th up until September 27th. And so that'd be weekends only, no pool parties, just operational. And again, this is all based on lifeguard availability, making sure everything is good to go.
Can I interrupt?
Sure.
How many
Yes.
lifeguards do you have?
Last year we had 14.
How many do we have so far?
So far, I believe we have 8.
Good.
So we have 8 that have applied. And now it's just a matter of getting them into recertifications and
Which
getting
has
them
to be
certified.
very soon.
So yes. So but the good news is that because they were already certified, recertifying them, it's not as difficult. So the lady who has offered to provide the services and teaching and training has been able to offer a little bit more availability for those that are returning. And so that's been a plus. And so I am in the works of getting that right now.
And we need
So I was looking for 2 more. And the reason why is, I mean, we can, work with this because what I'm doing is one lifeguard can watch between 20 and 25. So last year's numbers, as you can see, we did not make a lot of money. So based on, if we are basing it just on our attendance, the daily admissions, the season passes, the pool parties alone, our pool party, the cost of all of that was very, very low. But when you add up all of that total revenue, it was so much lower than what we were paying our lifeguards. But at the end of the day, we probably had more lifeguards than what we needed for the amount of people that were in that pool. So we don't need 4 lifeguards for 10 people in a pool. And so I am able to see those numbers. I was able to go and research and know exactly how many people were in the pool every day from May until August. And I can give you those numbers. So at the end of the day, what I'm planning is we're using our lifeguards in a more sufficient and efficient way. So we are going to use them and base their schedule to where we don't have overtime. And last year there was a lot of overtime because we didn't have a whole lot of structure. So I am excited that you have somebody here that is going to be able to help maintain that structure and keep things flowing in a positive way. You don't have kids running kids, you have an adult maintaining that. So that's my plan. I mean, at the end of the day,
So what's your plan? Are you gonna have 4 lifeguards, but then if it's a slow, you're gonna send 2 home? Are you gonna schedule 2 lifeguards? And if all of a sudden a lot of people show up, you're gonna call in more?
Right.
How do you
That's
figure
being
that out?
able that to me, that is what we're wanting to do is we're wanting to be able to balance because we need between 3 and 4 lifeguards a day at the highest load that we had about 43 on average last year
In the pool at one
in the
time?
pool for the month of May and June. But I'm hoping that with the extended hours that we get to 75. That is my goal, is like, hey, let's get to 75. Let's try to get that number. If we get higher, that's great. If we're a little bit lower, that's fine. I want more than 40 people in the pool. But I think that we'll be able to do that if we are able to accommodate some of these working families and being able to spread this out. Because what we're doing here is we're really creating a daily revenue rather than just saying, hey, I'm gonna put the season pass here, and whether you show up or not, we're losing there. But it allows us to actually, hey, see exactly how many people are in the pool, count it, and be more accurate. So in answering your question with that, yes, I would like to be able to rotate these lifeguards and be able to share that so that we don't have any overtime and we're not looking at, hey, you've got to be here. I need 5 or 6 for one day. We're going to use them for the exact amount of bather load, but then we will adjust as we need. So if we have more days, I would like to suggest that allowing us to be able to, for certain holidays, I don't know if I put that in there, but I would like holiday extensions. So we do have a couple of holidays like Memorial Day. Father's Day is sometimes forgotten because the school gets to celebrate May, Mother's Day while they're in school, but fathers, we don't get a whole lot, but we could do something fun for Father's Day, 4th of July, and we also have Memorial Day. So all of these days are great days that we could really extend the pool hours and allow families to come in and enjoy their time. So, and extending hours really brings in more people. It helps generate the revenue and operational costs and everything. It just keeps everything more smooth, but we're also creating something great for the community as well. So
in your numbers, you saw that we lost approximately $20,000 last year.
yes, and broken, when you break that down, it's based on, so a lot of season passes. Let's look at those numbers real quick.
What page?
You're gonna have what's in front of you, but so 1,866 kids and 740 adults, charging $3 for the students and $4 for adults. So that generated roughly $8,500 in daily admission revenue for the entire season. But our lifeguard payroll alone was nearly $35,000. So even before we talk about utilities, chemicals, or maintenance, we're already operating at a significant loss. So that model is not sustainable. We're charging less than what it costs to operate the facility, and the gap is being covered by the city. So student discount. Let's talk that. Student discount pricing structure. It also creates inconsistency. So there's no practical way to verify who qualifies as a student on a daily basis. So adults can claim student pricing, college students can pay the lower rate, and enforcement becomes difficult and inconsistent. So at that point, the system is not underpriced, it's unreliable.
What's the student rate?
$3. So, but again, any student, anybody could be a student. You could be a Sol Ross student. Anybody could say, oh, I'm 17 or I'm under 18.
Maybe I've gone back to school.
I've gone back to school, correct. So, so it's not really reliable. So that's why I'm proposing the flat rate. It creates clarity, fairness, consistency. Everyone pays the same rate, and every visit contributes to equally to keeping the pool open. So that to me is why most significantly that we need to eliminate those season passes. So just to justify the rate here, at $3 and $4, even with a good attendance, we cannot cover operating costs. At a flat rate of $4, we move forward to breaking even. At $5, we move to a sustainable operation with reinvestment capability. So it's not really an illogical increase. It's directly tied to what it costs to operate the pool. So we're looking at the whole picture. So now let's look at the extended hours. So if we combine with the extended hours in 2025, we closed at 5 p.m., which meant many working families couldn't attend. So by extending 7 p.m., I mean, we could increase to 8 p.m. if you wanted to, or 8:30 if we're wanting to pool parties. I'm open to suggestion because we have a lot of other facilities in our area that are operating at later times than this, such as Presidio. They stay open till 9 o'clock. They also offer pool parties in the evening for an extra $50 from 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. Midland also offers later nights, 8 and 9 o'clock. And as you know, in our area, we don't get dark until 9:30. So we have from 5 o'clock till 9:30, we have 4.5 hours to sit here and just cook, basically, and no cooling off. So, and no recreation. So when by setting the hours, we increase access, we increase attendance, and we generate more revenue through use, not just price. So in terms of value, we're not asking people to pay more, we're giving them more. Because at the end of the day, we're also renovating this beautiful pool here. We are getting a new pool. So it's not just about the pool, we're getting something new, but we're also giving them more hours and we're giving them more access to this pool. So it improves the facility with renovations and better overall experience. So logic, let's talk logic too. If we keep the prices the way they are, we continue operating at a loss, we limit access, and we rely on subsidy. So if we adjust the pricing, we're able to move forward sustainably and expand access and improve the service. So fairness, if we're talking about in fairness, I know pricing is such a big concern. And I do understand it, but a flat rate, it's more equitable. Instead of a system where pricing varies and can be easily bypassed, every user contributes fairly. So that's why I do.
$4 for adults.
So if we did, I proposed 5.
Yeah.
But I did prepare for 4 to give you numbers if you want them. So
Would we still be operating in a deficit of $4?
we will be breaking even. And when I say that in the numbers that I have, we're almost breaking even. So we're just under it. Just under
$4.
Mhm.
So we're not breaking even, we're under it.
Just you're close to breaking even as you're gonna get. So again, the proposals, it's not about raising prices for the sake of prices. It's about aligning pricing with reality. So we can keep the pool open, improve it, make it available for more families in a way that's financially responsible. So at the current pricing structure, the math simply does not work. I'm not a math person, Rick. Hopefully you can vouch for that, but I don't see that this works. So I think this adjustment is what makes the pool sustainable. A flat $4 and $5 rate ensures fairness. It improves accountability, aligns revenue with the actual cost of operating the pool, something that the current system does not.
So you mentioned that you were in favor of a discussion regarding senior discounts.
Absolutely.
What would make sense for a senior rate, but for us to still break even operationally?
Well,
it doesn't make sense to run in a deficit.
Well, so let's put this into perspective as well. So last year, I believe that the costs of the seasonal passes were way below what they needed to be. And you had more people, individual people paying more for it. So let me break that down for you, because coming back to the senior passes, individual pass was $55. There were 3 that were sold last year. So senior passes were $35 each, and we sold 25 passes last year. Family of 5 was $85, and we sold 28 passes. So it's real easy for you to get a family of 5. So one person is paying $55, but another person is paying, the family of 5, pays $85, which means that's $17 for each person for the entire season. So this is where we lose. If it were a person at $55, the total would be $285 for the pass, giving them a $200 discount. That's what we did. So possibly, if you wanted to bring back season passes, which I don't think is a good idea, because it doesn't go with the flat rate point that I'm trying to make. But if you were to get, usually if you get a pass of something, it's buy 4, get 1 free, right? So if that was the case, you possibly buy 4, you get 1 free. It's a $220 cost for the season pass rather than $85. So look at the math that you're already losing just on your season passes. And the same thing with the family of 5 plus, it's $105, and there were only 4 passes. So if you look at it, we had a total of about 60 passes last year. That's it. It's a very substantial, it's very low. It's a very low number. that of people that were actually buying it, but it was a low number, enough for us to lose enough money. So if a family of 6 people in the family, they got it for $17.50. For 7 people in the family, they got it for $15 per person for the entire season. And again, it's not feeling like it's a real fair deal. And I don't think that our seasonal prices were actually really thought out good. If you want to know the truth, that's just a personal opinion, just in terms of numbers of trying to keep things more operational in that sense. So if we were to do a pass, our passes were $35. If they were to do that for every month, that's $1 a day. So I don't know if that's something that they could do, but in my proposal, the hours that I'm trying to do, I'm trying to combine because I am trying to focus on the working families after 5 p.m. I proposed that the wellness and the lap swim was offered in the morning from 11 to 12. And so we could share that where it was Monday, Wednesday, Friday, it's lap swim, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday for aerobics, water aerobics or anything else like that, and leaving the morning open for that and not offering it in the afternoon. That way we actually can accommodate more of the working families that are wanting to come to the pool after 5 p.m. So I don't know if we wanted to do a monthly charge or if we just want to do the same that we did before, where if it was $35 for the season, maybe we upgrade it to $50 for the entire season so that we're getting a little bit more and still being something that could be still cost effective for them or reasonable for them. So those are some options. We could do it on a monthly pass, or we could do it as a whole. I'm open to suggestion, but I definitely think that our seniors need to be taken care of. And I would like to say, as this program, I know that a lot of people are really pushing for this, this position, and I really would like to make this recreation program really great and grow. And I think that in the future, as I'm learning this and creating different things, that we could be able to offer in the future summer camps that could include with the water. It could be swimming lessons, and it could be just having a 2 or 3 week camp of some kind, being able to do that. But we do need to be able to continue these kinds of things and sustain this, because when you look at the numbers, they're just not working that way. And so, but I would like to be able to build this program up, and extending the hours would allow us to do that. And being able to have a little bit of free range on extending the hours, especially on those holidays that we would like to do. I would like to be able to offer that. If weather providing and lifeguard providing, we're able to stay open a little bit longer on those days, allowing us to have that opportunity to say, yes, we can do that. Not necessarily, hey, this is the general open pool opens from 11 to 7 and that's it. I would like that opportunity to be able to have those fun events, recreational type events at the pool, and make the program stronger. So
Can you go over the table you have on page 304 of 357 for those who don't have it in front of them? The bottom table.
I don't have a number the way you're looking at it.
Oh, sorry, it's the number 5.
Side by side comparison.
Side by side comparison.
Okay. So days open in 2025, we were actually only open for 61 days. That was due to weather,
Equipment.
yeah, well, mainly what I noticed was weather and lifeguard availability. So 2026, I had put 93. If you'll subtract 7, I believe that's about what we're looking at for that full week that I had counted. So the public hours were at 5 hours. I'm asking for 7, but I would not turn down any more extra hours if we wanted to expand that as well, but that's entirely up to you. The attendance, there was only 2,606 for the entire season. So that was the numbers that I gave you earlier, was for how many for the kids and how many for the adults that actually came. I will tell you, July was very, very low. There should be a page that I had showed. I think I included that where where it showed May and June, what the exact numbers that you had, and a little bit further in your proposal. So and then just on the attendance alone, if we are trying to get anywhere from 40 to 75 or more than 40, 60 to 75 bathers or people a day, we would be generating 5,500 to 7,000 a day is what I would like, or not a day, sorry, for the season. How many swimmers just by the families alone. And I'm actually basing this on a lot of some of the community, that community survey where I did send that over, but I don't know if you got it. But some of the results of the community survey that you can look over the comments and you can see how many people actually want extended hours. And it hasn't been about the pay. It has been about extending hours. I do know I've personally been told I'm willing to pay a little extra if I could spend a little bit more time in the pool. So that's really what I'm pushing for, is to extend these hours so that we can have more working families. So the revenue was at $14,498, and that was just on the numbers that I was going for, is $3 for a student and $4 for adult. If we are to change that, this is at the numbers of $5. We're looking at $36K to $44K. The numbers will go down if we are at $4. I do have a number if you wanted to go down to $4. Revenue would be around 41 over 44, I believe. And then payroll, we had 34,972. I can tell you that there was about 3,200 in overtime. This year, I'm predicting 28,000. I will go a little bit higher just in case to adjust that, but even still, I would say no more than 30, and that's just because I'm not wanting any overtime whatsoever. I am trying to stay within this limit and a limit of not going over. So that's where where I'm reducing the payroll, is not having the overtime and having the exact amount of lifeguards that we need. No more, no less. So, and then, so the net, you'll see 20K, there is a loss, a deficit. And then for, so my prediction would be anywhere from 7 to 15K plus. That is a surplus at this rate. I did bring, just in case, a comparison, full comparison. Oh, that's not it. If we had the 4. Either one allows us to get out of the 20K. It allows us to get away from that, further away from that. And it's really it's really, if do you want to break even or do you want to get a little bit more? And a little bit more is allowing this to roll over into an account, or let's just say a pool that we can use if we have any maintenance issues, if we need to buy anything to make the pool a little bit better. It keeps us from having, if we have major problems, we have something to pull on. We have something to not, hey, we don't need to get a loan. We can build up on this. So with that saying said, on the four emissions for a $4 model, I was looking, the numbers that I have are $22,100. With the $5 model, $27,625. That's total revenue comparison. So the lap swim, I am asking that we charge for the lap swim. That is something that was offered for free. And so if we were going on the numbers on the lap swim of the people that we did have, at a $4 model, we would be getting 2,800. And same thing with a $5 model. It doesn't matter. We're still getting 28 for this, that lap swim. Weekends, we get a $4,000 model. The total revenue here, it looks like right now, the parties are a big winner. Right now, $100 that is too low. If you're comparing it to Midland, they are charging $850 for 2-hour parties. Presidio is charging $250 for a 2-hour party, $50 extra for three, to do the evening pool party, from 10 PM to, 12 AM. So, they also don't have seasonal passes. They do not offer that. Midland does not offer the seasonal passes. Everything is, pretty much a flat rate. Again, they are working, I feel like, there is the Granada offers. You can skate, you can have a blow up, and you can use the facility for between $500 and $600. We are really below the market on what we're charging for those pool parties, especially for 2 hours. And at the end of the day, we also need to cover ourselves. We also need to be very conscious of making sure that we are safe. So I don't know, I can't guarantee you or tell you in exact, because I don't have those numbers, if we had the correct amount of lifeguards for those parties and how many people were in that. So I am suggesting that we have 40, no more than 40 people at a party that can be in the pool at a time, because that is what we're going to use our lifeguards for. And that's the operational number that we can have. So unless we want to charge more, and we need to be able to pay our lifeguards and balance out. So at $100, we're barely paying our lifeguards there and for cleanup. So I think that we definitely need to raise those rates. And as you can see, raising those rates, just based on the amount that we had last year, we had 21. If we had 21, that was $2,100. But if we were able to extend that, that's, we could get up to 5,000, if not more, depending on how many open days that we can have those parties. So.
And so looking at your comparison for Presidio, it's $250 for 2 hours, and then $50 extra, and their lifeguards get paid less.
$9.
Ours are paid 11.
Between 11 and 12. Fort Stockton pays $11 for their lifeguards. Sul Ross pays $12 for their lifeguards, and Midlands pay $15.
And so you being the CPO, the certified pool operator, you're gonna be there overseeing, you're gonna be in charge of the lifeguard.
It's going to be a shared responsibility as far as working like chemical wise, because we have a couple more CPOs just to give me a break. But yes, I am going to be over the lifeguard. So for 3 months, I'm going to be your aquatic director, in addition to a recreation director. So I will be overseeing these lifeguards. Yes, they will be under me. So, and then 2 days, hopefully I'm not working 7 days a week, but so we'll have somebody to cover me in those days. But yes, that is going to be my job.
When do you need to know your fee schedule?
As soon as possible. Today would be great, but I'm at your mercy. So yes, because our season is upon us. And but again, I'm at your mercy. Y'all have the numbers. They're really, I can't change them.
Right.
Facts are facts. So.
Councilmember Portillo?
Thank you. Great. I would say go ahead and move forward with everything other than the whole senior citizen thing. I mean, there's not a whole lot. Kind of a break.
Right. I agree.
And the rest, I'd say go for it. Been losing money. So that's where I stand. Thank you.
Councilmember Martinez?
Thank you, Mayor. On the senior pass, how old they need to be
55.
55.
You're not there yet.
Thank you. And what about babies? They would pay $5, so they have.
Are they swimming?
Well.
So people who actually are not swimming get in free. That's how it's set up. And so if you're not swimming, you don't need to be charged.
That's
But babies, if you're bringing babies in the water, then yes, they need to be charged $4 or $5, whatever you choose.
Yeah, $5 I think is okay. What if somebody goes in the morning and goes in the afternoon? They have to pay $5 in the morning, $5 in the afternoon?
So great question. So like Midland, they offer $5 for 12 to 3. and then they close from 4 to 5. And then they open from 5 to 8 or 5 to 9, however it is. So they have 2 different sessions for $5. I'm open to that. I am open to, if we give them a wristband, you pay $5, you get the whole day. A lot of kids want to go to the park for a little bit. They don't want to be in the pool. There's the chlorine, whatever it is. They're tired. They go play. They want to come back. I say, let's go for it. These numbers are based on just them coming in for the day. So now, if we wanted to double price them, I mean, we can double our money, but I don't think that that's really necessary. So I do think that if you have a wristband, we can keep that very easily. Where I do know that the Holland, whenever you do a day pass with them, they put the date on it. So in permanent marker on the wristband, so you know exactly when they come in. You can verify that. So there is ways to verify those kinds of things to make sure that if they paid, they don't have to repay, so they can just re-enter.
That would be a good idea.
I think.
I'm okay with the prices because I mean, with the economy that we have right now, everything is so high and we are in the same boat, but we need to survive and keep that working. So
Right.
we need the revenue.
We're never going to make money off of a pool, but we don't have to be so that it doesn't have to be a significant loss either. And that's what it needs to be. That is something that we need to keep in mind, that we don't need a significant loss. So
Do you will offer any discount for somebody who has 5 or 6 kids? No?
I don't think so. And
No.
there were only 4 passes last year.
Okay.
And I do understand.
No.
So
That was the answer. Thank you.
I mean,
I know.
you know what? I actually had that answer written down, so that I could answer that appropriately. And so let me read to you what I wrote. I understand that concern, and that's exactly why we've structured it this way. So right now, the pool is already being subsidized heavily by taxpayers, including families who may or may not use it, who don't even use it. So this adjustment, it keeps the cost reasonable while making sure the pool is actually sustainable and available moving forward. So I do understand, but the data shows where we're supporting the operation. We these passes, we had 60 passes. So it's a very small portion of users. And those passes reduce the amount collected per visit. So we need a model where every visit, this is the key thing. We need a model that where every visit contributes to the pool being open. And this allows that to happen.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lucas?
Sir, do you have any experience in this subject?
No, I think, well,
I mean, the numbers don't lie.
yeah, Kim did a lot of work. She came over here, she was doing her homework here for a while. Boxes were being pulled out, and so she did her research, and she went to go visit other places, so that's really good. You're getting good feedback. On the flip side, the general fund is not a for-profit fund. Police department doesn't make the profit, right? But it provides a service. This is kind of like the same in line. It provides a service to the community. And who knows, maybe some visitors use it. Visitors are already paying taxes, sales taxes, so hotel taxes and that. So it's if that's fair.
That's a good point. A very good point on the visitors.
That it's kind of like a golf course too. That's an asset that the community has. The taxpayers have paid for it, which is really good. So I mean, I have 4 kids, so I would favor a discount, but they're not kids anymore, but it was one of those where you take 4 to the, you got to pay full price. It's it's a little steep. Out of the 2,600 households here in Alpine, 25% of them, about 640, have at least one child under 18. So that's a 25% is going to have some children of the households, and those are the ones that are going to use it. So it's not a for-profit. It's more of a service and an asset that you have to offer the citizens. So,
So you're saying you're in favor of keeping it the way it was at a deficit of 20?
uh. I think maybe, I mean, she comes up with good points, but if you want to do, $3 for children, $4 for adults, that would be a good price. It wouldn't be a big loss.
That's what it is right now, pretty much.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a big,
I would just like to add really quick, but it's also important to realize that fairness across the entire community. So when you rely on passes, a flat rate ensures that everyone contributes equally and the pool remains open for everyone. And we don't shift the cost onto taxpayers disproportionately. So that's what it is at the end of the day.
So you're saying when we have a deficit of 20, then I use a pool, but I'm contributing to.
Yep. So, and a lot of people that are paying the pool don't even get to use it because, well, we don't even have the hours available for them. And again, the community survey, just in the small amount that we had, shows that there are families of 3 or 4 or more that are willing to come to the pool, but they can't because they don't have the hours. We don't have the right hours. And so it's not just about the numbers. This is about quality of life for Alpine, being able to offer them a recreational place to go. And by extending those hours, we're offering more for our citizens here. They're getting more for their money. We're renovating this pool, we're getting it ready for them, and we're also trying to maintain a safe environment as well, making sure that we have the exact amount of lifeguards that we need to be able to run it. Not more, not less. So
if you ran 2025's numbers at $5, what you're proposing now, would there still be a deficit?
No.
What would it be?
So
I'm just wondering if your numbers for 2026, let's just say that they're inflated. Would we break even?
No, like if we're using the $5 model, no, those numbers that I just gave you that we are over. So we're
if we
between 5 and 7, or sorry, 5,000 and 15,000, that would put us over. That was the number I gave.
So if attendance was 2,606, which is last year's number, let's just say 2,700. But we were open 7 hours like you're proposing now. 93 days. No, I see what you did. Never mind. It's getting late.
I know.
Okay, Councilmember Ricketts.
Members don't mind.
Councilmember Escobedo.
I think we have a good idea with everything that you were proposing. I would probably like to see maybe another hour at it in the evening, because it's just 2 hours for the time, the parents go home from work.
Right, the general, so what it would be is that, so it would be 12 to 7 on a normal day. But my supervisor suggested that we be able to offer the pool parties at any time. So if there is at any day, except for obviously on days that we want to do holiday type things. So we wouldn't be able to do that, but he wanted to be able to offer that at any time. So if there is a pool party scheduled, it would be from 12 to 6. And so we would have to honor that. So I am open. It would be 12 to 6 because the pool party is from 6 to 8. Now we could possibly change that to 6:30 to 8:30, or we could try for 7 to 9. That's your call on that. I will not.
So you're saying a pool party would cut short the public swim hours?
I can't. So yes, that is correct. I would like to see us be able to use, even if it's till 6:30. So let me just own this. Even if it's from 12:30 to 6:30, if we have a party, and then the party can be from 6:30 to 8:30. And then in general public, it would be 12 to 7 if there was not a pool party. This would mean a lot of updates.
Yes, I could see getting my family together, running over there. Oh, there's a pool party.
Correct, which is why that Facebook page is going to come in handy and being able to let everybody know.
But not everybody's on Facebook.
But not everybody is on Facebook. So, so we do run into that. Now, here is some other options. We could offer pool parties, so many pool parties per week, or we can extend the hours, till 7.
I think it makes more sense to have the parties 7 to 9
And I'm okay with that.
instead of cutting into public night.
Based on availability, lifeguard availability, and we have that, absolutely, 100%. I'm 100% behind you on that. So I approve your suggestion.
Yeah, thank you, Stan.
I mean, I agree with the extension because if I think that the public will go for the $5 if we give them more time. But if we're cutting into them, it's.
Agreed.
Councilmember Stevens?
Hey, thanks, Mayor. So I am going to be outside the box. First, I want to say, Kim, very well done on the presentation, all the homework you've done. You get an A for math. So nicely done. And thank you for pulling it all together. I'm where Henry is. I believe this is a service. It's part of the parks activity. It's part of the value we add to people. I would not be in favor of going above $4 per person for a pass getting in, because even though we may break even, may lose a little bit of money. Last I checked, we're not charging people to go use the parks and the swings and everything else. In my mind, the pool is part of that, as part of our parks and recreation activity. So that's where my fundamental bias is. If people want to have pool parties, I'm in full favor of increasing the fee for the pool parties. So take it to $250 or whatever the appropriate number is. That makes sense. I do think pool pass on a monthly basis particularly makes sense. And I would do, if you buy a full 30 days pass, you get a 20% discount. Will people show up for all 30 days? I don't think so. So you're going to make money out of that deal. You're going to get the extra, if it's $4, times 30 or whatever it is, $120. I think you're going to pick up on that. I think the other item that I had on the list, extended hours really makes good sense. I do think, because I get a lot of people saying, and particularly in my neck where I live in Ward 5, people says, hey, I want to use the pool. I want to lap swim. So however you settle it out, somewhere I think you need.
Cut out, Councilmember Stevens, can you back up just a little bit? We didn't hear you.
Okay.
And you have people that say.
Oh, they want to lap swim. And so I do think you're going to want to have some lap swim opportunity as much as often, as opposed to just during the day, because I know a number of people who work who want to lap swim, and they're working from 8 to 5 and they'd like to lap swim in the evening. I'm not sure what the solution is, but putting that out there, I figured you'd go figure that out. So again, I don't think we're about making money out of the pool. And we are about providing service. I do agree the rates need to go up, but I would not be in favor of going above $4. And I would put a pass in. I do like your comment, Kim, about you want to treat everyone the same. So it's $4, for every day. And if you want to buy a pass, you get a 20% discount for the month. Those are my thoughts. And with that, you've got 5 of us or 6 of us who put our thoughts in. My sense is you're going to go back and do some homework or come back with an updated plan. That's my thinking, but if people want to go vote for it, they'll vote for it.
Right, so are you saying $4 for adult and children, correct? Just straight
Yep.
4?
Yep, $4. And if they want to buy, but I'd have a pass option in there so they get 20%.
So I think we need to at least break even. I don't want to see us taking a deficit.
I do. And I will say that I think that the season, if we offered season passes, you're going to be in a deficit. End of story. And that's just based on the research that I've done, and these numbers have not lied so far.
We're $4 across the board for.
We're gonna break even, close to even. I think on my number, it says like negative 100, but hey, what if we end up getting a few more swimmers this year, or we get a few more pool parties?
Yeah.
Might make up that difference.
Right.
So
So what are you gonna do for the seniors above 55?
I definitely think that we should do a season pass for them.
Yes.
That's okay. You do that, I'm a lot better shape.
I like the idea of the monthly pass that he was suggesting for the seniors, but I am open for a monthly pass for them, whether it be 35, leaving it at 35 that they paid for the entire season. I don't know if we should do that, but
What did they pay? 35 less
they paid 35, and we had 28 passes
for the whole season?
for the whole season.
I think it needs to go up a little bit.
I do agree, and so I mean.
I'm one of those who's retired.
But we're also extending. So you gotta remember, we're trying to extend the hours, and we're also extending the season if possible. So they are gonna get more for their money. So when you think about it, it does balance out. So if we are increasing a little bit, we are trying to extend the season as well. So it stays hot until October.
How much will be the senior pass?
I'm open to suggestion for that. I don't think that we should go less than 50, but
But for the whole season?
if you're doing the whole season, or we should do 30 a month. $1 a day, whether they use it or not.
Yeah, I'm a buck a day guy.
We have 9 days till 9 PM.
Okay.
Well, let's-
to,
yeah.
8 minutes, actually.
Just stay there. But since we're gonna go past 9 PM, I'll have to have a
Yes,
motion.
yes, ma'am.
I need a
So
motion.
Motion to go past 9 p.m.
Second.
Discussion?
No. Aye.
Okay, let's vote.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so city secretary, okay, it's late, I know. City Secretary Council voted unanimously to extend past 9 PM. Okay,
So we were at the senior pass, so it would be
$1 a day.
$1 a day.
$1 a day.
So 30 a month.
Mhm.
How's that?
That's good.
Okay.
And then
Everybody's good with that?
I have a question. Rick was saying, something about monthly passes. Were you only talking about this
The senior?
senior passes, or were you talking about passes other than the senior ones?
You can hear.
He froze.
Oh, no. There's
Rick, can you hear her?
I did not hear
He
her.
was talking about family, everybody, but she just said that you don't make anything off of that.
It's just for the seniors.
So now we're talking about seniors.
Yeah, I presume you're talking about passes for seniors, which was the $1 a day. That's 30 bucks.
Yeah.
I'm through that. My only other thought, I'm still a $4. I would not go above $4 for a day. That's my view on what the fee should be.
How much a coffee cost?
I think it might be right at $4. So I know for soda is almost $3. So for a 20-ounce, almost $3. They're robbing us. A bag of chips, we're paying for air.
Yeah.
I'm ready to go on with whatever we need to do.
All right, so who would be in favor of $5 a day?
$4 sounds great.
Okay.
Yeah, four. I want 5.
You want 5?
Everybody said
Okay.
four.
We got 1 for 5.
Okay, so $4, kids and adults.
And
Okay.
senior citizen discount,
$30 a month.
$1 a day, $30 a month.
What else you need to know from us?
Extended hours
Extend,
Yes,
extend it,
yes.
and season. And
Do
the
it.
extend it.
And the 250 parties.
and 250 for the parties.
Do it.
Unless you feel like we need more, Rick.
Nope, I'm good.
More parties, yes.
Um. Time for the parties, time for the parties.
Councilmember Ricketts.
Hey, Donnie, are you there, sir?
Donnie, are you there?
You're not there.
Take coffee.
He went for coffee.
So you asked about the parties hours?
So the party hours, so are we
I go 7 to 9.
7 to 9? Okay.
I don't think it should cut into the public swim.
And leaving the general public from 12 to 7 with the 11 to 12 lap swim? Should we come back
There he
to,
is.
Yeah, there he is.
okay, there we go.
There's gonna be a lane for lap swim, correct?
Yes.
So they can lap swim.
Right.
Anytime with that lane, right?
With a bunch of kids around, jumping off the diving board?
I,
I don't think so.
Donnie,
I think they would appreciate their own sweet time.
yeah.
Donnie, Rob wanted you. He has questions.
But I know Sol Ross also offers that as well. So that could be an also point of being able to use both facilities inside Alpine so that they could, where we don't, what we don't offer, Sol Ross can offer. And same thing for us. We have an outdoor pool, they have an indoor pool. So there is a nice sharing opportunity where they can't get the lap swim during the evening time. You can always use Sol Ross as well. In addition,
If they're open.
All right, we had a question for Donnie, and before you answer, be sure to introduce yourself to the microphone.
You're still muted, Donnie.
Honey, we don't hear you.
Still muted.
Well, ask him.
There we go.
There you go.
Good evening, Donnie. With your vast experience in this wheelhouse that we're exploring into, do you have anything to weigh in, sir?
Wait.
introduce
Can't hear you.
themselves.
Hold on. I don't know if your volume's, that would affect the microphone.
We don't hear you.
No,
We can hear you.
Probably a device issue.
I'm so sorry for the people behind me.
Hey,
It might be a device issue. We can't hear you. Maybe you can log on a different device.
I do appreciate y'all's time on this.
Well, you put a lot of work into this.
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I did a lot.
Or did they buy the passes online or they come to the city?
They have to go to the, or they, I believe they go to the city.
City hall.
Uh-huh.
And it has their names on there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I can't just hand it off to my friend.
Mm.
Oh, that's
What?
awesome.
I mean, would you like me to be honest with you, or, I mean, it's possible. So, I mean, it's easy to do for a family of 5, you know, like, hey, I've got a pass and, but
The seniors. Is it for seniors?
seniors are different. No, seniors are different. We could create a card and we could put their name on it. I have already created some like pool passes so that if anybody wants to buy pool passes as a gift for somebody, we can do that. The schools, like they did last year, they bought passes for the students. I did the same thing. I've already created that. And what they did last year, I think is a very intelligent way of doing that. You can say thank you to Adri for that. But we put numbers on it. And so when they brought it in, we were able to take off the number. And so they could not use that pass again. So we could keep that monitored and keep that reliable and consistent.
But I think
So-
we took passes off except for seniors.
No, like an actual individual pass, like a day pass. So we can monitor that easily as well. So we good yet?
If I may, with all the research you did with other municipalities and their pools, how many of them are breaking even? Did you see that at all?
That I do not know. I will tell you, I have a meeting with another recreational director in Fort Stockton. Now, I will tell you, Fort Stockton, their city is not run, their pool is not run by the city, it is run by the county. And so he is looking to get me a meeting over there so that I can see a little bit how they work, because they are able to do things at a lower cost, but it's not the city, it's the county, and they're able to use, they have a lot more that they can use in that. So I would be interested to see. But I do know that when I talked to Presidio, they adjusted their times. So from what it used to be is like they used to be open from like 12 to 5. And so they adjusted their times because it is so hot during the day that they were losing money is what they were saying. It was just operating to keep it open and there was hardly anybody coming. But when they were able to adjust the hours from more in the afternoon from 4 to 9, they had more people come in. And so they were actually starting to get people in. So small town, I don't see them generating a whole lot, but
Because I was just wondering, because the comment that Rick made, it made me start thinking, there's parks in this city that, I mean, none of them we charge for, and I don't utilize them, or baseball fields that we're paying for with tax dollars that I don't utilize in order to make kids and stuff like that. And just using me as an example, but that goes citywide. And so with this being a part of the parks, like, much as I'd love to break even, that makes sense, but it's also part of Parks and Recreations. It's like, that's why those tax dollars go there. So
We do keep other costs low.
Yeah.
For example, you get the pavilion all day.
right.
For very
At a
low,
lower
not
cost.
enough to cover the employee that has to come.
true.
And I would
I
like to
think
say
I'm-
that, oh,
Okay,
sorry.
go ahead,
no.
go ahead. Rob had a question for you.
Were you able
Okay, sorry.
You're all right, sir. Were you able to hear my question, sir?
I think so. I just didn't know, y'all discussed a whole lot of things, so I wasn't sure which item you wanted me to comment on.
Just if you had any anything to weigh in, sir, that we
Well-
should take into consideration with your vast experience in this topic.
Right, with my experience in a municipality pool in the past, working for the city of Round Rock, we weren't trying to make a profit. We were trying to, like you said, at a minimum break even, and then we used what little extra funds we had went more towards the future improvement on it, because it's, as we know, trying to go back to the city and getting more money. So say we had a huge splash pad and all this, but every 4 years you have to upgrade the equipment that sits on those, the tumble buckets and all that. So we were able to kind of help with that. And then as the cost at that time, and I'm sure it's going to happen this year or two, is your chemical cost, spike and go down and spike and go down. So we only use that. It wasn't like about making money, because as she stated, you're not going to make any money on that. I am for the extended hours. We extended all our hours on that. Which of course, we were moving a lot more people through a pool every day, between our pools, we were, probably putting 800-900 people through a pool. So, I mean, that's my thought on that. As far as, I know that the pool is not designed to make money, just like, the police department or whatever, but I do believe if you can at least get your costs covered, it just helps with future type of things. But that's what we did. So.
Thanks, sir.
I would like to say that, we're still trying to shape and mold my position and really kind of create a really nice recreational program. And that's what I would like to do. Right now, my focus is all about being aquatic at this moment, but there are opportunities for, let's just say, 4th of July. And 4th of July, we have our extended hours and we have families coming in. Who's not to say that we couldn't, have a vendor there, a food truck vendor, and we charge a vendor for being able to use our parking lot, and people will be able to go outside, get food, come in, enjoy their pool and whatnot. So there's services that we can do and programs that we can create and make this really great, but we do need the extended hours and we do need to be able to cover a lot of these costs, because at the end of the day, we still have to pay lifeguards, and we can't open a pool without our lifeguards. So we've got to be able to pay them for these hours and operate in to be successful. And at the end of the day, I mean, really sustainable. I mean, you know, we're gonna have repairs along the way. We're gonna have a lot of things, you know, but you know, we might can have a little bit of cushion here and there. But if not, you know, breaking even is great too. We're still offering a really great service to the community. So, but we do need to extend those hours in order to really provide a good service for them.
Okay, so let me say, what I'm hearing from council is $4 per person for everybody. $30 per month for seniors. Extend the season to what our rec coordinator recommended.
September
Extend the
27th.
hours to what our rec coordinator recommended. 250 for pool party 7 to 9, so it doesn't cut into the public.
I would like to suggest this could be a pilot program. We can try it out this year. If it doesn't work, we can change it again.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Lap swim and water aerobics remain at $5, right? I'm just reading everything in the resolution.
We can do that too.
So
Maybe
we'll
we can
know
leave
how
it
to
at
do
4. It'd be the lap swim. They would still pay for the service if they wanted to come in.
So it'd be $5.
Four's fine.
So
We can
lap
just
swim
flat rate
and
fee all the way
water
across the board.
aerobics,
4.
aerobics 4. Okay, so we're gonna need an amendment to the resolution. All right.
I make a motion to make the amendment of those numbers.
Okay, so let me just clarify for those of you watching on Zoom or later on YouTube, that'd be $4 for everybody. Per visit, $30 per month for seniors. We're gonna extend the season from
So Memorial Day weekend till September 27th. So August 9th from August 9th until September 27th will be weekends only. We can do the hours from like 11 to 6, or we could do 11 to 7, no lap swim, no, I mean, you can just, it's just open to the public.
And so as written, it actually just says that the council would authorize the operation. It would be determined by the city manager based on staffing, et cetera. And I think being that we're in our water restrictions, plus, you know, we're late on the improvements, that it's good as written, right?
okay, so we just need to say the prices, is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, that's perfect.
Okay, so $4 per person per visit, $30 per month for seniors. Extending season and hours, $250 for pool parties, not to interfere with public hours, so those would be 7 to 9. Correct, and lap swim and water aerobics is $4.
Perfect.
Okay, so is that your motion?
Yes.
You second. And you second. All right, discussion?
No.
Again? Okay. Let's vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Rick? Okay, city secretary, council voted unanimously for that amendment to the resolution.
Okay, perfect. And then just dispose of the original motion.
And let's dispose of the original.
Thank you so much.
So, let's vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Stevens. Okay, so we disposed of the original resolution. Okay,
Perfect.
great.
So this was Ken's first governmental item.
And, you know, you wanted to make the rec coordinator, like I said, priority. Council voted for your position back last fall. And you have knocked it out of the park as far as what we want from a rec coordinator. And I'm gonna talk about you a little bit more in my mayor reports. You might wanna stick around.
So I can't quit yet.
Sorry.
I'm so excited. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all so much. I'm so sorry for taking so much time too. So
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, so let's move on to action item E, city manager.
Okay, approved resolution 2026-05-03, a resolution expressing the city council's intent to participate in a joint project with Alpine Independent School District for the improvement of Manuel Payne Field, including the potential expenditure of funds and the development of an interlocal agreement.
Mayor, make a motion to pass resolution 2026-05-03.
Okay. Have a second. All right, discussion, city manager.
So this resolution expresses the city council's intent to partner with Alpine ISD on improvements to Manuel Payne Field to bring it to tournament level standards. The proposed project estimated at approximately $1.3 million with a potential cost share of $650,000 from each entity. The project is expected to support sports tourism and generate economic activity, and the city is exploring funding sources, including hotel occupancy tax revenues for eligible. This resolution does not appropriate funds, but authorizes staff to move forward with developing an interlocal agreement, which is anticipated for council consideration at a future meeting.
Okay, so I want to mention that this has been a long-standing item. I think it was January of 2024. Michelle can correct me if that's incorrect. That she first brought it to myself and our former city manager. The item was nixed in June of 2025. We brought the item back. And so the council has been working on it ever since. Almost a year. Almost a year. And it just makes sense. We have somebody who's going to partner with us. When else are we going to have that opportunity? We've had multiple discussions. Is there any other discussion?
No.
Okay. All right, let's just vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Stevens. Excellent. City manager. or
We have the
city
superintendent of schools here, Dr. Reinhardt, in case you had any questions.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
City Secretary voted unanimously to approve resolution 2026-05-03. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your patience.
Congratulations.
And we finally got it voted.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. All right, moving on to action item F, city manager.
Approve special use permit 2026-05-01, a special use permit allowing the applicant Hans Nguyen to establish a coin-operated amusement machine business. Game room, the subject property is located 200 West Murphy. The property owner of record is Teresa Nguyen.
Nguyen.
The property identification number is 12124.
Wait. I don't have it. Are we on?
No, that was it. Mayor, I'll make the motion that we approve special use permit 2026, TACO 5, TACO 1 is presented.
Second.
Okay. Discussion, city manager.
This item approves special use permit 2026-0501 to allow the establishment of a coin-operated amusement machine business or game room at 200 West Murphy. The applicant is Con Nguyen with Teresa Nguyen as the property owner of record. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing on April 27, 2026, and recommended approval of the request. Approval of this permit will allow the proposed use at this location, subject to applicable city regulations and permitting requirements.
Okay, I need a motion.
Very good.
Sorry. Break your heart. Okay, discussion.
Good.
Good. Councilmember Stevens.
So how many of these would this make when the city? Because I know we have an ordinance that says the max we can have is 4.
Here, this would make it 2.
This would make 2.
This will make 2. So I just offer, none of them have survived because we have been at the max. It's someone's money. My view is they can go spend their money, but I just observe they don't seem to fare very well. But that's an opinion, but that's my observation, and they all go under. So, but I'm okay. If they want to spend their money, spend it.
We'll take it, right? All right, are we ready to vote?
Yes. Aye.
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 Councilmember Stevens, okay. So city secretary council voted unanimously to approve special use permit 2026-05-01. Moving on to action item G, city manager.
Approve special use permit 2026-05-02, a special use permit allowing the applicant Hong Nguyen to establish a coin-operated amusement machine business game room. The subject property is located at 2000 East Highway 90. The property owner of record is Vimal Patel. The property identification number is 13341.
Okay, I need a motion.
Mayor, make the motion to approve special use permit 2026, TACO 502 as presented.
I need a second.
Second.
Discussion, city manager.
On this item, approve special use permit 2026-0502 to allow the establishment of a coin-operated amusement machine business or game room at 2000 East Highway 90. The applicant is Hong Nguyen with Vimal Patel as the property owner of record. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing on April 27, 2026, and recommended approval of the request. Approval of this permit will allow the proposed use at this location, subject to applicable city regulations and permitting requirements.
Okay. Any discussion?
I just
Councilman,
have a question. Is the chief still there?
he is.
Yeah.
Come on up, chief.
Yeah, thank you.
Kirk Hoffman with the Alpine Police Department.
So I know in the past, there have been operations that have caused them to get shut down. Are you comfortable you'll be able to monitor both these new facilities?
Should be no problem, sir.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, they've gotten shut down before, so I just hope they follow the laws and the rules. That's why they don't make any money and survive.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Ready to vote?
Aye.
Councilmember Stevens?
Aye.
All right, city secretary, council voted unanimously to approve special use permit 2026-05-02. And the last action item for this evening, action item H.
Approved special use permit application 2026-05-03, a special use permit allowing the applicant Aaron Hess slash the Club LLC to obtain a wine and malt beverage on premise permit from the Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission. The subject property is located at 2801 East State Highway 90. The property owner of record is James and Hillary Yarborough. The property identification number is 13348.
Mayor, make the motion that we approve special use permit application 2026-05-03 is presented.
I second.
Okay, discussion, city manager.
This item approves special use permit 2026-05-03 to allow the establishment of a wine and malt beverage on premise permit at 2801 East Highway 90. The applicant is Aaron Hess, the Club LLC with James and Hillary Yarborough as the property owners of record. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a public hearing on April 27, 2026, and recommended approval of the request. The proposed use is a sports lounge offering beer and wine service only, subject to Texas Alcoholic Beverage Commission requirements and applicable city regulations.
Discussion, Councilmember Brooks.
Just got one question. Gio, are we still looking at,
It is one on my list, definitely.
Okay,
I'll make an amendment.
thanks, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
No. So we have it to where I get to C1, it's automatically approved.
C2.
C2, I'm sorry. So,
Yep.
Places like this that make sense get amended into that where they're automatically approved.
So we don't just go.
Exactly, yes, ma'am.
And so this one is what?
This would be one that it has to go through the permit process, but we
Oh.
discussed an amendment that would allow C1 along the major thoroughfares to automatically be.
Right.
Yep.
Councilmember Castillo? No. Councilmember Martinez? Councilmember Bay? Councilmember Stevens?
Yeah, it's in Ward 5. I compliment Aaron and James for putting this together. They took over the old hippo taxidermy. James is using it and Aaron's gonna get good use out of it. I think it's exactly the right thing to go do.
Okay, let's vote.
Aye.
Aye. Councilmember Stevens?
Aye.
City Secretary, council voted unanimously to approve special use permit 2026-05-03. All right, we're gonna take just a 5-minute break and we'll return for executive reports.
on your end, reminder.
And we're back. All right. Good. Thank you for your patience. All right, so moving into city mayor report. 6 minutes on the timer, city secretary, and if we need to go additional 4, we can. So I wanted to mention that there was a meeting this week. I mentioned it a little bit in the community interest items with John Klingeman and Carlos Hernandez and a group of other individuals that are on the Soil Ross Advisory Committee. And they gave us this information to tell us that enrollment from spring 2025 to spring 2026 saw an increase of 6%. I don't know about y'all, but I have people always asking me about Soil Ross, so that way you'll have this information. Now, the physical enrollment on the Alpine campus has actually declined, so the increase is online students. All right, the dual credit classes from spring of 2025 to spring of 2026 increased 48%. And they're looking to have the dual credit classes to help bring in more revenue to prop up Soil Ross, because those students will pay a fee to actually get the college credit for that. So they're working on increasing that. In the last year, they added 60 new degree programs and 300 new courses. Spring enrollment for this is retention for sophomores increased 31.5% over spring of 2025, meaning that they retained more of the students who moved from freshman to sophomore classes. They have a doctoral degree in educational leadership that was approved. It started in effect January 2026. Additional programs are being added in biomedical sciences to include clinical professions, research and laboratory careers, physical therapy, pre-med, and pre-dentistry. That's what Soil Ross is looking to increase. They expanded online learning opportunities. So they had over 60 faculty members complete an Applying Quality Matters rubric training. And so what that is if you're an online professor, this is like the premier course to complete to instruct you on how to create a successful online course to increase student learning. So that's something that I actually went through, and it's very rigorous. And so that's a good thing that they did that. And then additional doctoral degrees that are in progress. They don't have the stamp of approval yet, but they're in the process of getting it. Is a doctoral degree in nursing education. So if you're a nurse and you want to teach other nurses, this would be your doctoral degree. Business, criminal justice, natural resources, and conservation. And so that's just a real quick update from that meeting that we had on what's going on at Soil Ross. So if you have anybody ask, then you know that enrollment is trending up. However, a lot of it's online. All right, there was a meeting with TxDOT, I believe Henry mentioned it earlier, regarding the mobility study grant that we got. So it was also open to the public. They had sticky pads for people to write their thoughts on what intersections, what roadways and things like that might need help as far as accessibility, what sidewalks are cracked, things like that. And then also the city manager, myself, our utilities director, streets department and gas director met with Armando Ramirez and his team that included Lisa Nix and the other engineer, Brian.
I don't remember his last name, but
We're here to talk about how we can work together, basically to understand what the operating procedures are if we need to cut into a TxDOT highway like we had to in front of the OYO. Do our guys have to stop, and do they have to call another company to come do traffic control, or can our police department do it? What signage and cones and barrels and things like that we need. And they mentioned to the city manager that he can talk with the county judge, because the county judge has access to funding that he can use to buy the equipment that we need. So we don't have to call out a third-party contractor and spend money when there's a road closure. And we also discussed doing a mock simulation, because as Randy Guzman, our gas director, said, this might happen once every year, 2 years, 3 years, and they forget what the procedures are and what they need to do. But if we had a mock trial with that to run through it, then that would help. And TxDOT was real agreeable. They're very agreeable to everything, every time we have any kind of meeting with them. So that was a very productive meeting. And then the city manager and the judge and myself, we've been discussing forming an economic development board and having that board kind of deep dive with a study that they receive based on our current economics, the number of businesses, what types of businesses, just a deep dive into that. And so they can set a direction for economic development for Brewster County and Alpine, so that we have that. And we would have this board of 5 to 7, maybe 9 at most individuals that would guide us in the direction that they think we need to go. Then we would hire a joint economic development person, pooling city and county funds together so that we could hire somebody top notch who has experience and possibly degrees or whatever it is, but that we can pay a salary to attract somebody good and hire that economic development person once this board comes up with the plan, and they can hand it to them and say, this is the plan. Do what you need to do to help implement it. So we met and we discussed that.
That was the 6th. I apologize. Actually.
All right, and then just a quick update from Alpine Pool and Spa, because they are hired as a consultant to oversee what's going on with the remodel of the pool, just to make sure that we don't get taken advantage of or anything like that. And so to avoid having to pull Donnie back on, he said he spoke to the owner of the installation crew for the pool liner, and that owner said that they will be in town at the end of next week, like next Friday, Saturday. He spoke to the regional remodel manager for Landmark. His name was Jim Warren. And he said the material should be here next Friday. He said that he told David that he'll have to sign that material when it comes in, or they'll take it back. So David's aware that he needs to sign for that. He also stated that this is the Landmark remodel manager, that we need a starter for the new pump, which is an electrical device that used to start a 25 horsepower motor. It helps the motor last longer. So he also spoke with David about this, and David said he already knew about it. The city is going to have, and we've used this person before from what I understand, CK Charlie install it. He's getting all the information that David will need. He'll give it to David. He spent an hour on the phone between all these individuals, and they are doing everything they can to try to make the Memorial Day deadline. There may be a couple of day delay. Okay, but they're doing everything they can. One of these individuals, I believe the pool liner company, is a new startup company. They've been through all the training, they know how to do it, but they're a new company and they want to impress. So they want to make sure that they meet the deadline as close to possible. And then he also met with Kim at her request to go through the policies and procedures that she put together that we had talked about last fall that were needed in order to make sure our lifeguards had everything in line, that we were in compliance with everything, that we had all the proper signage, that we are up to code. And he said he went through her policies and procedures that she put together. He said she did an absolutely outstanding job. It was a lot of work, and she put it all together, and everything is in order. So we should rest assured that Kim's doing what she needed to do. Yeah, and so that's all of the updates I have. City manager.
All right, just on the pool repairs update, the liner was held up in Canada, crossing to the US. They needed our federal ID number, and so they got it today. It should be here next week. management and staff met this week regarding the fee schedules. It's part of the budget exercises. And we collected all the resolutions, leases, operational questions in regards to the Alpine Country Club that Councilman Rooks asked for. We had the Spirits of the West event, April 24th, 26th. We had the FEMA Generators Project Kickoff Meeting with Texas Department of Emergency Management on 4/23 here at City Hall. They all came from, I guess, from El Paso, I think. And we had the HB 500 Water Supply and Infrastructure Grant Meeting on 4/29. So what we're doing, we're having bi-weekly meeting with Utilities Department and with the Finance Department to see where we're at. What's the additional support that they need so that we make sure that we meet all the requirements to apply for the grant. All the water surveys, water studies, water reports, all the stuff that's in compliance and regulation. Let's see. On 4/29, we had a meeting with Mayor Eves and Kirsten Moody regarding the moving City Hall staff to the old schoolhouse after August 2026. I wouldn't advise moving, and we're crunched up here, but after we catch up on the audits and all that, then we can, I don't want to disconnect computers and then they don't work and this and that, let's see. We met with Texas Workforce and Borderplex. Jobs regarding the 4 summer internship position, interviewing candidates is next step. 3 summer ground school positions for Public Works and 1 tourism intern position for the visitor center. And then met with Centurion Planning and Design Introduction with Marcy Tug, and they're offering grant writing services as well as civil engineering services. Just had that meeting with them. That's it.
Okay. And council, since these items were listed out, per TOMA, you can ask questions. Councilmember Lucas?
Hesitate to say this, but in your opinion, Mr. Arenado, should we increase the stage 4 for our country water?
I'll meet with Mike to see where the I monitor the SCADA on my phone, and so I'll meet with Mike. And if we need to do that, okay.
Okay, Councilmember Petito?
No, ma'am.
Councilmember Martinez?
No questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Escobedo? Okay, Councilmember Stevens?
Thanks, Mayor. The only question I have is, given we had the delay on the pool and we have 18 days left to get it open, what's our probability that's going to happen by the time we get liner arrived, installed, filled up, chemicals balanced and everything else? What's our probability of hitting Memorial Day?
I'm hearing that the probability is still high, that it doesn't take long. I might be speaking out of term. Donnie, can you come on as the consultant, please?
But our water restrictions prohibit the filling of.
I was about to ask the same thing.
So we wouldn't be following our own plan if we filled up our pool when we're still under the conditions.
That's what I asked last week on that same subject, and it was, hey, it's only 220,000 gallons, so it shouldn't be a problem, particularly because it's on the east side. But yeah, we got to sort out what our game plan is.
I can answer that question now.
Okay.
So
What's the probability of having the?
it's still pretty high. The installer's actually bringing a double crew in because I guess there was some mix up in communication between Landmark and the installer, but now he's on board. He's not new to he's been installing liners for like 20 years. He's had his company about a year. And so he travels all over the United States and does this, but he did tell me that he's coming in with a double crew. So to try and meet this deadline, there, like you said, you still have 2 days of water fill. And so it's going to be tight, but the probability is still high, provided the city says we can fill it with the water, but on their end, they feel pretty confident as of today.
We don't want to tell them that we're not going to be able to fill it if we decide we're not going to be able to fill it.
Right.
Like, they mentioned that to you, right? They mentioned.
Yeah, they said, hey, we heard your in a stage 3 that I said, look, don't worry about that. Just stay focused on what you're doing and your deadline. We'll handle water. Don't worry about that. And he's like, okay, you know, because they weren't gonna push as hard if they thought we weren't gonna be able to fill the pool. So I just left it at, just leave it as status quo is the way we were going, so.
So we're looking at 30 days before we even get any water available, correct? Isn't that what Andy told us?
Who are you asking?
I was just asking council.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, 30 to 45 days. So we may end up having to delay the pool. That's something council needs to talk about. I guess we could put it on the next agenda and yeah.
Well, in my mind, we're gonna irritate a lot of residents if we show up and don't talk about it to the 19th. It says, oh, by the way, we're not gonna fill the pool. We have all the data now that we know whether we can or cannot. And to march it down to 2 weeks from now and 3 days later, we're gonna say, oops, I'm sorry, 3 days before we're gonna open, we're not gonna open it.
I'm not sure that we can make that decision tonight since it's not on the agenda.
I know it's not, but that's why I asked the question 2 weeks ago, and everyone said, hey, we think we can go off and do that. So, boy,
We didn't have that water problem.
No.
No, wait a second.
No, we didn't. Yeah. Okay, so we do.
I would just hold off till.
Okay, well, about the water restriction?
The pool.
The pool?
About the pool. As far as filling it.
It will be discussions or will be action?
So doesn't the pool get filled from the Muskies,
Yes.
It
side?
does.
yeah.
That's not the side
It's
that's
just,
having issues.
we're requiring citywide for no one to fill their
Mhm.
pools right now. And so having us do it, I think we're gonna get, I don't know, you know, we'll have.
Yeah,
We
I'm
have
with you.
Public service. Like what you've been releasing to explain more to citizens about, but if we do that, then everybody on.
The plan that
east
was
side-
adopted by ordinance is like citywide though, I'm pretty sure, which we can review to make sure, I'm just saying, you know.
I would hold off till we're completely done with the
With the
well and
water.
everything. It is what it is. That's my opinion. Oh, well.
Then we got no pool this year. We might as well make, if we met that decision, we got no pool this year.
What?
We got no pool.
We have a pool.
We don't.
We don't have a pool.
We're
If
gonna
he's-
extend- we're
if we're gonna say until a new well is in, we're not
We
gonna
can
get.
extend it in July. We can fill it then once we have our water up. and
But we
going.
can again look in the plan and make sure that's the case, but I think it is, to be honest.
I don't think that means we don't have a pool at all, because we still have August and September.
And why did we rush to go like mad to go get all this work? And I know we didn't know where our well was and everything else. I just think we look pretty foolish as a council if we don't start thinking about that now and letting people know. And I would suggest we talk about what our, given we have 4 planes, what our real risk is in terms of meeting our needs.
We can certainly, like I said, review it and have a discussion item at least.
Yeah.
The next meeting, discussion regarding updates on this city pool, the municipal pool.
And can we also have an action item in case we decide that night to take action?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, we can take action that what we're gonna do as far as opening the pool and filling it. I don't think we should say it's closed for the whole season, because we
We're
just
looking at-
extended it to, what, October?
But we're starting on all of this tomorrow with Andy, and so we're looking at beginning of June. Having our water situation fixed, and I understand we have 4 planes, but we only have 2 sources of water, and one of them is down. That's the issue.
All right, any other questions, comments from Henry?
I think in 2 weeks, we should know more.
Right.
Okay, all right, so let's move on to executive session. Do we need a motion to dispose of executive session? Gio?
You can do that.
I can do that. All right, and so I'm gonna cancel the executive session for this evening. And There'd be no action after executive session. We do need to have, where did I miss it? City council member comments. Comments? No, it's 9:45.
None.
No comments, done. Done. All right, so
Rick,
there are no. city
you
council
forgot to
member
ask
comments.
Rick.
Oh, Rick?
Yeah, it's 10:45 where I'm at, almost 11 o'clock. I have no comments.
All right, and with that, we are adjourned.